1. When the little girl appeared in the royal palace, everyone present began to whisper that this homeless woman had forgotten herself. In such a place, perhaps smelled the smell of food, and came to beg for alms. Her hair color is quite unusual. You don't see it often. There is a possibility that the baby is bewitched. When the little girl ran into the butler, the women decided that she would finally be sent away. I wonder if this young man would hit her. The young man asked my lady if he could inquire why the girl had come. Our heroine handed him an invitation and told him to look at it. The guy was surprised and stated that it turned out that she knew that at today's ball they would choose a bride for the younger duke. After which, having read the invitation, the butler realized that she was the youngest daughter of King Allegro, Princess Sophie. The Alliance of the Four Kingdoms is a union of states in which four monarchs have united into a faction, and each of them rules their own country. Among them, one stands out in particular, the Duchy of Remdragon, which is ruled by the descendants of real dragons. This year, a ball was held to choose a bride for the 5-year-old Duke Remdragon Jr. Girls from the families of the 3 other monarchs of the alliance, aged between 5 and 10 years old, could take part. Our heroine fit all these conditions perfectly. That's why she came. Some time ago, she looked at herself in surprise and wondered if she had really returned to childhood when she was 5 years old. Until she came of age, she was locked in an underground dungeon. Her parents told her that her birth in their family was a big mistake apparently. After these words, Sophie died if she really returned to the past. Therefore, she decided that first, she needed to get out of captivity and then take revenge for everything. After numerous desperate attempts, she finally succeeded, but she needs to show herself well in order to change the future. The young man announced that the ladies who wish to be engaged to the younger duke and meet all the criteria should take turns saying what they are willing to do for him. Our heroine, without thinking twice, answered that when they grow up, the girl is ready to divorce him at any moment. The boy for whom the celebration was arranged immediately replied that it would do. Everyone present was shocked and could not believe that he had actually chosen her. The butler announced that in this way, the ancient covenant of marriage promise between Remdra Ji-on and the other monarchs would be fulfilled. The little girl could not hide her joy that her plan had been a huge success. This blessed place now belonged to her. The vast continent is ruled by an alliance of 4 monarchs. The Reds are the royal family of Allegro, who are descendants of great magicians. The Blues are the family of the Duke of Pulpo, descendants of border judges. The Goldens are the family of the Duke of Sarihan, rulers of the imperial city-state of Volan. The Blacks are the family of Duke Remdragon, a family in whose veins flows the blood of a real dragon. Sophie is the 4th daughter of the cursed Allegro family. With the birth of a white-haired child with red eyes, a streak of bad luck began every time this child laughs. Tears and blood will be shed in the kingdom. After death, he will become a ghost that will curse the entire family. The girl became the scapegoat that perfectly fit this prophecy. The baby is an illegitimate child of the dynasty. Since childhood, people have pointed fingers at her, even at her own family. But despite this, no one dared to kill her. Everyone was afraid that they would doom themselves by killing the cursed child, but they got their revenge by locking the baby in a dungeon from birth. Occasionally, her biological father, whose name is Vego III, reluctantly visited her. One day, a man told her to be a good child, and our heroine began to make every effort to become one. The little one tried only so that her dad would praise her and stroke her head warmly, and being a genius in such a situation is quite advantageous. After reading what Sophie had written, the king was very surprised and could not believe that it was really her. After all, he thought of his daughter only as the source of all the troubles of the kingdom. But she turned out to be an unusual child, and the girl received the interest of her father, which she could not even dream of. The man said that if the little one did her assigned tasks well, he would let her go out when she became an adult. So let her be a good girl. Our heroine happily agreed to this. From that day on, the illegitimate child, became the shadow of the royal family of Allegro. When the father received from his daughter what he needed, he immediately and disgustedly ordered that she be taken away. Vego made her compile a secret ledger of the royal family, after which he stated that she really is a genius, because it is an interesting logical chain. Such a skillful design of the ledger can be considered an art. Our heroine did it every time, just as flawlessly and perfectly. The dungeon in which she lived had been a place of confinement for people like her for several generations. These people are long dead, but their books and materials have survived. The little one had absolutely nothing to do, so she read and reread the works, studying new materials every day to receive praise from her father. Sometimes she vaguely remembered dreams of someone talking to her. The surprising thing was that even after such dreams, everything that was incomprehensible to her became understandable. One can agree that at that time she was happy just a little. The father, who saw potential in her, thought that if his sons had the same abilities as this girl, it would be wonderful. But the first young man was very stupid, the second was constantly ill, and the third had the ability for magic, but not enough strength. Vego wanted to take away her abilities and pass them on to his sons. So he began to conduct research to steal her skills and give them to his older brothers around the time she turned 21. The man thanked her for working hard all this time, and then said that they would visit a wonderful place together today. When the girl was captured, she screamed to be released immediately. Do they really think that if her father finds out, they will get away with it so easily? But the king himself appeared and stated that his daughter was very noisy, so the children clearly had a hard time, but they objected that it was all for the glory of Allegro. There were legends that an ancestor was married to a demon, which meant that demonic blood ran in their family. To keep this a secret, children with red eyes, white hair, fair skin, and a high nose were hidden their entire lives, and when they turned 21, they were immediately killed. The girl began to understand that all these rumors were actually true. The people whose books remained in the dungeon were also killed. Sophie burst into tears and asked why he hated her so much, because she did all the work that was assigned to her perfectly. The daughter did everything much better than her brothers. Even if a girl looks like a demon, she is still his child. Why can't he recognize her as his daughter? The man replied that he never had a daughter. He fed and clothed her because she was useful. Does he now want Vego to treat her like his own? After which the man added that she was very much mistaken. Her birth in their family was a big mistake. After these words, our heroine was taken away, and she literally became a guinea pig. Sophie prayed for salvation and said that she would do anything just so long as they let her go. Gradually, her strength began to leave her. She really wanted to run away, despite the fact that her life was full of restrictions due to her cursed birth. The girl still really wanted to live. She then prayed that if God exists, please help her out and let her live no matter where, after which she was able to open her eyes again at the age of 5. The little one was indignant that she had asked to help her get out of there and not to return her to the past. She was locked up again, and nothing had changed. Then Sophie began to hear voices discussing that Dragon was throwing a ball. Could this really be the place written about in the legends? One of them answered that, who knows, men are not allowed there. They probably just boast that they are half-blooded dragons. Another asked that they are really allowed to go into this place. If the father finds out, it will be bad. The little girl realized that these were the voices of her brothers who had come to make fun of her, so she tried to hide. The boy asked if she was stupid, or what did she really think that they wouldn't see her if she hid like that? Even animals would be smarter if she didn't come out. Right now, she would get twice as much. But suddenly he slipped and fell face down. The baby couldn't hold back her laughter. The boy asked irritably whether she had just laughed at him, whether he should spank her to bring her to her senses, or whether perhaps she wanted to die. The girl laughed and replied that let him die himself. It didn't bother her at all because just a couple of minutes ago, she had died and been resurrected. The brother was surprised to himself why Sophia was behaving so insolently. If he backed down, now he would lose his authority in front of the younger one, so he exclaimed that how dare she talk to him like that. Suddenly, the young man saw blood and screamed loudly in surprise. The boy tried to calm him down because if his father heard, things would be bad for them, but the little girl stated that they were both losers. When the brothers shouted that he should speak in normal words, the little one thought to herself that they didn't even know such words, and what should she do? Explain it in the language of the mentally retarded or something. After which, she came closer to them with a pen in her hands and asked if he would like to taste the tip of her pen again. The boys immediately began to leave, and at the end, the eldest declared that he would turn a blind eye to what happened today, but would deal with her next time. Sophia wondered why she had been so afraid of this family in the past, behaving diligently, so that there would be a chance for a good life. This is complete nonsense from now on. She will pave her own way. Only fools think that it is necessary to devote their entire lives to revenge, even if they have to pay dearly. For the people who want our heroine to be unhappy, the best revenge is to live happily ever after. Therefore, first you need to get on your feet and then move on to the main plan. But more importantly, the baby is still locked up. If she doesn't think of an escape, she will be caught quickly. Therefore, our heroine needs someone who is much stronger than her father, King Allegro. Then our heroine remembered the words of her older brothers, that Rem Dragon was throwing a ball, after which she tried to remember the reason for this celebration. And it dawned on her that they were looking for a bride for their youngest son. The little one heard that the Duke was a terrible man with a hot temper. Plus, he didn't get along with Allegro, which meant that this was what she needed. The bride, last time it seems, was a girl from the Sophia family. Vego, out of politeness, took her with him as a servant. One of the guests screamed that she was being used because they said that it was enough to marry a girl of royal blood, and who she was absolutely unimportant. Rem Dragon, a sacred family, the members of this house are half divine, so they were reluctant to deal with ordinary people. But about 300 years ago, they formed an alliance to defeat a common enemy, demons. One of the conditions of this union was engagement. The direct descendants were obliged to marry the daughters of the three kings. The punishment for breaking the vow was exile to the mortal world. Rem Dragon kept this promise. The engagement took place, but after that, they left for the spirit world. They said goodbye to the bride and said that they were going to the sacred lands and that she would happily remain in the world of people. In other words, there would be no long and happy life in this marriage. The girl cried and said that she was completely alone in a huge palace. No one cared about her. She spent more than 10 years alone. She had the best clothes and fancy food, but they all neglected her, and she never even saw her husband's face. She should sue them. For our heroine, all this was simply ideal conditions. So she was fired up by this idea. They feed, clothe, and even have their own place to live. How can you complain about that? If it were up to her, the girl would have lived at least 10 such lives. If for the previous bride, such a life was worse than hell, then now she will take her place, perhaps even be able to receive alimony. Suddenly, a cry was heard that the first prince had suffered because of her. How dare she touch pious people? While the guard was shouting that she couldn't count on food, the little girl was thinking that she first needed to get rid of him in order to get out. This young man's name is Roto. He is the warden of the dungeon who bullied her when he was bored. Perhaps, because of problems in the family, he believes in all sorts of superstitions, is obsessed with gambling and investments, but is hopeless in both. At some point, the guy got into a sect and became even more unhappy. When Roto asked why she was smiling, because it was so annoying, the girl asked if he had problems at home. The baby knows everything. His mother is sick. She has a blue birthmark on her shoulder, right? Let the guy change his doctor, because he is a fraud. This disease can only be cured in a temple. All the shares he has are complete garbage. Let him buy only the ones she tells him to. If he continues to be addicted to gambling, he will definitely not escape trouble. All the little one's efforts were crowned with great success. The young man believed and took the bait. A little later, Roto began to consult with her and ask what to do next, because the price of the shares that she advised him last time had increased 30 times. The guy began to pretend to care about her and ask if it was cold in the dungeon. Plus, as she told him he didn't tell anyone about it. Sophie noted to herself that the guy turned out to be even more naive than in her memories. She cannot believe that such a person mocked her. In any case, the warden has already swallowed the bait, which means we can move on to the decisive step. So suddenly, the little girl said that she felt very sorry for him, since the guy had very little time left. Roto asked, in fear, what she meant. The little one replied that he would soon die. There was no way to survive. But okay, it didn't matter. The guard exclaimed that he had lived so little and had achieved nothing. Let him please say that there was at least the slightest possibility. The little one replied that there was only one way that could save him, and that was the dragon flower that only grew at Remdragon. The young man can be saved if she personally picks him up from the ground and feeds him. The guy objected that this was impossible. If they found out that the princess had left the palace, then he was dead. Sophie replied that if he died it would of course be sad, but nothing could be done. When the warden asked if this was really the only way to survive, the little girl replied that it was. The young man replied that he understood everything and exclaimed that he swears to survive at any cost. The girl said that he should then bring her normal clothes. Otherwise, she would immediately attract the attention of people outside. Our heroine thought to herself that she had gotten her clothes and figured out the transportation, so she would soon meet her little paradise. Having reached the palace, the girl thought to herself that, interestingly, dragons also don't like those who are dressed in dirty clothes, or they don't care. After a little revenge on her brothers and deceiving the warden, the little one finally reached her destination. Although when Roto realized that she had deceived him, trouble almost happened, but she will never return back. Some time later, when the ball began, it was announced that Ergo had arrived. Durem Dragon is the younger duke. Those present wondered why he didn't come out, and perhaps didn't even intend to do so. The butler declared that the ladies who wanted to get engaged to him and met all the criteria should take turns saying what they were ready to do for him. Sophie thought to herself that Mitara, the duke's fiancée from her past, was late to the ball due to a carriage breakdown, but nevertheless passed the selection by saying exactly that. The girl then declared that if she had to die, she would die. If he said to live, she would live. Mitara would be devoted only to him. Therefore, our heroine decided that she should say this before the girls showed up for the celebration, namely, that she was ready to get divorced. At any moment, she would accept even the most trivial elements, so let him choose her. Meanwhile, the selection began. One of the girls said that her family had gold mines, so they were incredibly rich. Another exclaimed that she was a close relative of the Duke of Pulpo. Third, that their family produced several generations of outstanding swordsmen. But all these girls were rejected so gradually, it was Sophie's turn. When our heroine declared that she was ready to get a divorce at any moment, a deathly silence fell over the room, until the younger duke replied that this suited him completely. The little girl couldn't believe she had gone through this. The dream of 3 meals a day will soon become a reality. The butler announced that the lady who would become the duke's wife was Princess Sophie de Allegro. Everyone present could not believe how this was possible, so they asked to explain why she was chosen. Let them at least look at her. The guy told her to calm down. Ordinary people have no right to demand anything from family members of higher races. But the woman did not calm down and said that her girl had been preparing for this day all her life. After which, she exclaimed that in fact, there were no daughters in the Allegro family. Our heroine objected that she really was a princess. The lady screamed that how dare she lie. Is the girl ready to take responsibility for her words? In front of these people, she is an ordinary thief and nothing more. Suddenly, the little girl tripped and fell behind the curtain behind her, and immediately the voice of the younger duke was heard asking who this dirty little thing was. children of dragons, and humans were called half-dragons. They were incredibly beautiful in appearance, remaining in human form until the end of childhood. But the older they became, the more often they could take the form of a real dragon. They say that until adulthood, they develop twice as fast as people both mentally and physically. Ergo clarified whether she was his bride. He chose her so that there would be fewer problems in the future during a divorce. But apparently, it was worth thinking about it some more. The little girl looked at him and could not believe that she would get engaged to such a handsome man. Then the boy came out to the guests, saying that if the woman so desired to see him, then so be it, and replied that he had chosen a bride for himself. What other explanation did she need? After which he ordered his Black Panther to bring the tongue of this lady who talks too much. Sophia began to panic to herself that no one would stop him, and he would kill her. Because this woman is the mother of Mitara, his real bride, she cannot let things slide. Therefore, she quickly ran up to the lady and covered her with herself in order to protect her. The Duke noted that she looked very inappropriate, and in general what a strange hair color she had. The baby was very scared, but she had to protect Mitara's mother. But what if her whole plan would collapse because of this? Then it dawned on her what he had just said about her appearance. Our heroine hated pain and wanted to be happy. She just wanted to be loved. Her father constantly told her that she looked disgusting and should ask for forgiveness for causing such disgusting feelings in him. Apparently, this was punishment for the fact that she had taken someone else's place now. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she replied that yes, she was disgusting, but she had come to be happy. The young man simply grabbed his head and said nothing. After which, his Black Panther growled loudly, and Sophia thought that she was in trouble. It seemed that this was the end. When the baby opened her eyes, she saw the butler in front of her, who noted that she had finally woken up. The girl immediately asked what was wrong with her, but the young man did not understand who she was talking about. The little one clarified that she was talking about the woman who was bitten by the black cat, whether she died. The guy replied that no people can live even without arms and legs. Then he said thoughtfully that surprisingly the man who resisted the Duke remained alive. Usually black immediately bites into the throat. Perhaps he was just overexcited because of the large number of people. Our heroine noted to herself that the courtiers here were also crazy, but now she understood the nature of Rem Dragon. When Sophia asked if she had passed the selection, the servant replied that yes, the girl immediately dreamed of living in this place, but the subordinate clarified that there was only one procedure left. The princess asked which one, but thought to herself that perhaps she had had enough. How much was enough? The guy replied that at the entrance to the castle, there was a test for magical power and pedigree. However, taking into account her appearance, the Duke ordered to interrogate her. Everything will go quickly unless there are problems with her. Did the adults send her here to put on a show? The little one had to answer honestly. Sophia interrupted him and answered that she came because she wanted to. The family mocked her and said that she was cursed. The servant replied that other questions were unnecessary and added that in order to verify her pedigree, it was necessary to take some blood. One invitation to the ball was not enough. After which, a small snake crawled up to our heroine and bit her on the hand. Then the guy stated that she really does have the blood of the Allegro family. So that's enough, let her eat and rest. The little one asked if he would ask her anything else. The young man replied that if she wanted to know about the marriage procedure, then nothing was needed, and there was no need to worry about the rest either, because it did not matter what the royal family did, because their ergo was stronger than everyone else. Her family treated the girl like a dog, ruined her whole life, so now everything is just heaven for her. The little girl hugged the snake and thanked it for biting her lightly. She is a very kind and skillful snake. Then the butler gave the order to the maids to take the princess to her chambers. As she was very tired, Sophia noted to herself that they were very similar like twins. When they called her mistress, our heroine thought to herself that it was the first time she had been addressed with such honors. After this, the little one ate deliciously, washed herself clean, and fell into a sweet sleep in a warm bed. The next day, the butler, whose name is Elton, came to check what things she had in stock. When the little one asked if the wedding would take place soon, the guy asked if she wanted to marry their master as soon as possible. The little girl thought to herself that naturally, if he found another, the wedding would not take place, and then she would have to pay for everything she ate and wore. Our heroine finally got a chance to cut all ties with her terrible family, so she can't miss it. Suddenly, the young man asked, why didn't the younger duke frighten her? The girl thought to herself that of course he scared her even very much, but she didn't have the money to compensate for everything. After which, having collected her thoughts, she answered that because he is very handsome. The young man asked if she had put forward her candidacy because she knew about the beauty of the younger duke. Sophia replied that she had heard that dragons were beautiful, and she liked beautiful people. The boy replied that he understood everything and would definitely tell Ergo what she had just told him. The boy would be very happy. The little girl asked why he already knows that she is charming. There is no need to tell him about it. Some time later, when the butler came out into the corridor, he noticed the duke, who was hiding near the door. After which, he coughed and said loudly that he had made the right choice. When the young man took on his appearance, the servant began to run after him and say that his bride was very interesting and unusual. The guy told him that he was too noisy, but the subordinate did not calm down and continued that the lady had excellent aesthetic taste. She was only 5 years old, but she already wanted to get married. The younger duke replied that he needed this child only for a while. When he reaches adulthood, he and his family will leave this world. Elton asked if he had any suggestions on how to treat the lady. The boy replied that he should do everything as his father said and give her more food since she was nothing but skin and bones. After all the checks, our heroine was given a separate house in which she will live. The building was very large and beautiful, but inside there was dilapidated furniture. Old curtains were hanging. The floor creaked. It was a place steeped in antiquity that had long since been written off as a bride's place. The house is located in a quiet forest, far from the main castle. It is understandable why Mitara, who is used to everyone's attention, was so unhappy. But for her, it is heaven on earth. Assistants Barry and Mary brought her all sorts of entertainment so that she wouldn't be bored. Therefore, our heroine decided to start writing a plan for her revenge against her relatives. It is necessary to determine the sequence in which she will take revenge on her offenders, and this list will be called the Death Note. Over the past life, many names have accumulated that are worthy of places. On this list, it was difficult to determine the cue, but she will not remain indebted to anyone. Suddenly, Mary looked into the room and asked if the lady would like to go for a little walk. The girl replied that she was already on her way. The little girl was very happy that she could run in the fresh air every day and do whatever she wanted. After a busy day, she is washed clean in a warm bath and can lie in a cozy bed as long as her heart desires. The maids noted that after a hot bath and new clothes, the baby's mood clearly improved. Sophia thought to herself that in the dungeon, she could only wash once every 2 weeks. After which, she asked if she still stank. The maids replied that of course she didn't. When our heroine thanked them for bathing her, the girls looked at her with affection for some time. Noticing that the girl had begun to fall asleep, Barry said that they would take her to bed. The little girl could not believe her luck and muttered that it would be nice to live like this all her life. In the morning, through her sleep, the little girl heard a conversation about how he absolutely doesn't care about people's feelings. Education plays a very important role in childhood, but it seems that they are not even going to hire a private teacher. It is better not to hope for it at all, since they are powerless. The girl noted to herself that now it was clear how others saw her situation. She felt a little strange. Mary continued that the Duke was also incomprehensible. He knew about his family's relations with the kingdom of Allegro, but still chose The Lady Elton objected that despite everything, a very nice lady had arrived to them. The girl replied that yes, and she really hoped that the mistress would like the servants. The butler replied that despite her young age, the little one was very smart. Mary noted that he was too calm. The girl's life was at stake, and she was so small and fragile. After which, she added that there would be a big problem if someone died like last time. When they noticed that our heroine had already woken up, they exclaimed whether she had slept enough. Sophie noted to herself that this place had very kind services, unlike the people of her kingdom. She was so touched that she even wanted to cry. But don't worry, now the girl has become evil, so she will be able to quickly adapt. First, she needs to gain the favor of the servants and avoid the dragons. After some time, the courtiers discussed that she was the same age as the Duke, but he was a half-dragon, and at 2 years old, he could already speak freely. They did not think that they would ever see a pure-blooded person in his castle. There are many rumors about the boy's residence, for example, that gold falls from the sky instead of raindrops, or that the castle has a room for human heads collected by dragons. Most of the rumors are false, but among them there is one true one, namely that the servants of dragons are not people. One of them was Gale, who was the last werewolf in this world. He asked if they needed to greet her at all. The descendant of the elves, Leff, replied that this was the order the younger Duke was looking for a bride. For show, this was a forced measure because of an old promise. But the guards reported that the girl looked like a beggar. How could a princess look like that? But no matter how you look at it, she is the bride of Lord Ergo. The servants and guards must call her mistress and treat her with all honors. Meanwhile, our heroine approached them and greeted them cautiously. The kids noted that they were told that she looked like a homeless person. But why was the little one so cute? Gale greeted them and said that they were knights of the Duke's family. Leff added that they guarded the forest from outsiders who could harm the Remdragon family. The little girl immediately thought to herself that Roto might be somewhere nearby, because if he returned to the capital without her, he would be executed. But judging by the appearance of the knights, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. She is very calm in this place. Ergo stated that it would rain. Elton replied that even if so, the equipment for his hunt was already prepared. By the way, the lady was staying in a distant house, and the servants liked her too. The younger Duke replied that it seemed that the raccoon had become popular among them. The butler exclaimed that the lady really did look like a cute raccoon who carefully guards his food. Her thick black eyelashes contrast with her snow-white hair. When the baby grows up, she will become even more beautiful, like a silver fox. The boy thought to himself that he still needed to see if she could survive in their family at all, after which he added that he was in a bad mood. When it rained, he wanted to have a good hunt today, so let him tell no one to go out. The guy would shoot at anything that moved, even a little. Our heroine woke up at night because she really wanted to drink, but it seemed like there was no one around. When Sophie touched the nightlight, for some reason it didn't turn on. Then she remembered Barry's words, that sometimes the magic lamp might go out, but after a few hours, it would light up again, so she shouldn't worry. Making her way in the darkness, the little girl thought about why she turned off right now, and the maids were nowhere to be found. But there was no need to be afraid, because she was in Remdragon's house, so it was safe around. Suddenly, when lightning flashed, it seemed to her that she saw the shadow of a man. Could it really be the warden she needed to go to the castle? There was definitely someone there. If she is noticed, she will be scolded for going without permission. But the girl will not stay for long. She will only hide until the rain stops. The local servants are very kind. They will just scold her, but they will not beat her. On the way, our heroine thought that if she ran into Ergo, she would clearly have to beg for forgiveness on her knees. The little one didn't understand what was happening. The castle was right in front of her nose, but why couldn't she reach it? Suddenly, the little girl heard a roar behind her and turned around to see a wolf. She tried to remember what they said to do when you meet a wild animal. But nothing came to our heroine's mind except to run, because he was going to eat her now. At this time, the younger Duke loaded an arrow into his bow and prepared to shoot. When she hit the wolf, the little one didn't understand what had just happened. It was raining. The lamp had gone out. She became scared, so the castle went, then suddenly the wolf. While Sophia was thinking about all this, she suddenly saw Ergo in front of her, who was standing nearby and looking at her. But there was something wrong with his gaze. Did he really not recognize her? The boy began to walk towards her and say that the prey itself came to him to lose its life, and it turned out to be not a wild wolf, but a raccoon. After some time, Ergo shouted that he thought it was game and almost killed it. How did they even do their job? The butler asked him not to be so frightening since the lady was small and might get scared. Our heroine objected to herself that in fact, they were the same age. The younger duke asked him what he usually did with his spoils. The young man happily replied that he would skin them and hang them up. The girl immediately covered her mouth with her hands because she couldn't make any sounds. If she screamed, they could kill her. Then the guy turned to Barry and asked if it wasn't her responsibility to watch her and that she should be punished for such a negligent attitude towards work. The maid stood silently and was afraid to even make a sound since the master was very angry. The little one could not allow anyone to suffer because of her, so she turned to the duke and asked him to forgive her because it was she who did not tell anyone anything and left. The boy asked why she did it. The little girl answered that she wanted to see him because she missed him. After which, our heroine asked when she and the young man would have their wedding. The boy asked in surprise whether she was really reproaching him for not having married her yet. Sophia exclaimed that he had promised to marry her and had chosen the girl himself, so let him take responsibility. The butler noted to himself that the lady had shown her true face. He had not thought that she had such a character. Ergo replied that he thought she was just a funny raccoon. But it turned out that she was crazy. What does she even want from him? The little girl thought to herself that of course to be recorded in the register of his family and to escape from the clutches of the killers, that's all. The maid said that if she was so interested in this question, she would have told them if the little one knew how worried everyone was when she suddenly disappeared. Our heroine had tears in her eyes from such an attitude, so she immediately began to hug the girl. Barry asked if the lady was very worried about this. Did she really think that the younger duke would not marry her? Elton noted that the girl sincerely obeys him. She is still very young, and children love everything beautiful. In addition, the boy is a half-dragon and has very beautiful appearance. The young man sighed heavily and asked if it was true that she liked him so much. The little girl replied that of course she liked him very much, and she thought about him all the time. The younger duke asked why she was crying then, when she should be smiling. The girl thought to herself, is he completely crazy or something? It's because of him that she can't smile. After which, he pointed his finger at her and thoughtfully muttered how to help this little one get on the right path. The maid exclaimed that the mistress loves to play in the water. She likes to play with a ball. She also loves cookies. And when her head is stroked, the butler immediately whispered in the boy's ear that he should take pity on Sophia. Ergo put his hand on her head and said that he would turn a blind eye to this, but if she behaved like this with his father, she would definitely die. After which, he ordered to take her away and calm her down. Why is he doing this at all? The maid asked how exactly to do it. The guy replied that he should do it exactly as she had listed in full and let him do everything as she had told him. After some time, the little girl thought that the younger duke was really crazy. She didn't think that they would torture her like that. After the conversation, the maid set out on a crazy mission to comfort Sophia. A bath in the middle of the night, a game of ball at dawn, cocoa, and chocolate cookies before bed. She will definitely get revenge on him for this. Mary thanked her for speaking out, apparently because she was concerned about them. The girl said that there was no need to thank her because it was all because of her. After which she asked why they were so afraid of Ergo since he was just a child. The girls replied that they had no choice. He was like God to them. The same applies to all his relatives living in the palace. They are all representatives of a higher race. Our heroine replied that frankly speaking you can't say that about her character. The assistant replied that despite the fact that she and the younger Duke were the same age, he was taller and spoke better than her. The body of half-dragons was completely different. Abnormally fast growth puts a lot of pressure on both body and mind, so he is often in pain. In addition, he does not have the developed feelings and abilities that others have, for example, communication skills, and the ability to empathize. The little girl wondered what it was like to have undeveloped feelings. After listening to Mary, she even felt sorry for him. After which, she realized why she was worried about him at all. She shouldn't be worried about it. It doesn't matter at all. This marriage is just a formality. Anyway, one day, he will leave this world. I wonder if Mary and Barry will leave with him too. I really wouldn't want that. After which I decided to ask this question. What if the Duke disappears? Will the maids leave with him? The girl replied that if someday they were gone, then she would have to be able to stand up for herself, and for this, the lady must learn a lot in order to grow up strong. But this is on condition that this happens at all. And now it's time for the little one to go to bed. They will be there and protect her from bad dreams. So let her think only about good things now. The little one understood that this situation was not hypothetical. It would actually happen. Let them promise that they would not leave her alone. The next day, the baby woke up from some noise, and she really wanted to sleep a little more, but it was simply impossible. The assistant immediately asked if she had slept well. Sophie replied that she didn't think so. The girl exclaimed that she had good news for her. Apparently, Ergo felt sorry for her. So before his family arrived, he allowed her to live in the castle. The girl was taken aback by what she heard. Her heavenly dream was slipping away from her right before her eyes. After a while, Sophie said that it seemed better if she did not go, because it was unknown when the Duke and other members of the family would return. And if they found out about it, they would immediately drive her away. Barry smiled and replied that whenever the younger one's family left home, they were gone for several years, so there was nothing to worry about. If, as she said, the relatives return, then they will have time to move to their house in the forest. The little one thought to herself, why today she does not understand the hints. Let him look more closely into her eyes. Does she really not understand? Do her innocent shining eyes not tell her anything? Realizing that it was useless, our heroine wondered why she was having to deal with all this. After some time, the little girl was brought to her room. It was the first time she had seen such luxurious rooms. The little one asked if this was really her bedroom. The maid replied that in this big palace, they only had one girl, and that was the mistress. Falling face down on the bed, Sophie noted to herself that it would not be bad at all to live in a castle. When she lay down to sleep in the dungeon on a linen blanket, she thought that this was the best moment in her life. But she could not even imagine that she would ever lie down on a silk one. The servants in this house have freedom of action. But despite this, they cannot give such a good room to anyone they want. It turns out that this bedroom was given to her by someone more important, and the one who has power in this house is a member of the Duke's family. Ergo doesn't seem so bad anymore. Suddenly, a young man came to her with his assistant. When the boy greeted her back, Sophie thought to herself that he was suspiciously friendly today, apparently deciding to pretend as if nothing had happened yesterday. Plus, he had some kind of toy in his hands. Why would he need it at all? The maid exclaimed that it seemed the master had prepared a gift for her. The young man handed her a toy raccoon and said that it was a perfect copy of her. Our heroine thought to herself that she didn't want to admit it, but she was very sweet. But out loud she said that the toy was not bad. Then the guy started tearing the bow off of him and saying that if she behaved well, she could grow up to be a cute raccoon. But if she didn't obey his father, then this could happen to her. When the younger Duke asked her if she understood him, the little one could not understand what this lunatic was doing at all. After our heroine's eyes filled with tears, the girl began to ask her just not to cry. The little girl thought to herself that her first toy in her life was ruined in 1 second. Right before her eyes, she would definitely take revenge on the mini Duke for this. The young man noted to himself that she was quite nice, probably because she was funny. After some time, Berry came to the baby with the thought that it was time to eat some goodies. But then she saw that, under the rays of the sun, like all elegant aristocrats, Sophie was studying. She became very interested in what she was studying there, after which she looked into the notebook, saw strange drawings, and the Duke's name in the middle. The maid exclaimed how sweet it was. She wrote the name of her beloved in her secret diary, but the girl objected that of course not. The maid immediately remembered how Mary had told her to check on the younger Duke's condition, and if he was not in the best mood, then to make sure that they did not cross paths with the lady under any circumstances. They didn't tell the baby, but one day the Ergo family will have to leave this place. Mary and Barry are the only hybrid succubi that survived in this world, so they will leave with them. While the girls were preparing for their departure, a lady appeared in this castle, like a gift. Perhaps their mission on this earth is to protect this child, but their departure is only a matter of time. It would be good if the peaceful days continued for a long period. After some time, Mary reported that the gentleman's condition had worsened again. He would not be able to get up for some time, and it would be difficult to see him. Our heroine almost blurted out that it was wonderful, but she caught herself in time and replied that it was a great pity. The maid added that there was no need to worry too much about it, since all half-dragons grow painfully. Sophie made a sad face and replied that she would miss him very much. But since he is sick, he needs to have a good rest. But I thought to myself that let him lie there and rest for at least 200 years. Perhaps due to the lack of ergo, she quickly got used to life in the castle, greeting servants and military men, and bathing in compliments all day. What was also pleasing was that she could go to that famous library of dragons. There was a huge number of books there that the girl had not read. She really liked it there. And also, if you take a basket with you, it will be filled to the brim with different delicacies. Every day, life in this place is simply paradise, if you don't think about the Duke's family. The cook said that he brought her a new treat today. The little girl was very interested in what was in there, so she asked to show it to her as soon as possible. The man said that these were star-shaped candies that he had prepared especially for her. Then he added that he owed her a lot, so from now on he would delight her with the most delicious dishes. He hoped that the little one would always enjoy his food. Of course it's nice to be loved, but there's something she likes much more. Looking up at the sky, Sophie noted that it looked like the elves were returning from patrol. Running up to them, our heroine asked them to give her a ride on Wyvern today too. The young man noted that she was so bold in asking for a ride. Who the hell was this girl anyway? The little girl noted to herself that he was so tall, his boots and cape were like those of the elven guard. What a frightening aura he had. The girl thought that first she needed to calm down. Everything would be fine, after which she introduced herself and said, "Hello," adding that if the guy didn't want to give her a ride, then it was okay. Then there was no need. The man asked why first she asked for a ride, but now he says that it is not necessary. After which, he grabbed the little girl by the collar and dragged her after him towards the fire-breathing dragon. On the way, the little one thought that one wrong move, and she could fall. The young man asked who usually rides her on Wyvern. Sophie answered that the elves from the guard. When the girl opened her eyes, she thought that it was simply amazing how wide the earth under the sky was. Then it dawned on her that the dragon was not flapping its wings, but simply floating through the air. There is only one race on this continent that can do something like this, after which she asked who he really is. The man noted that she had guessed very quickly, then stood up abruptly and lifted her by the collar. Sophie did not understand what was happening. Was he really going to throw her down for her question? Why is he even doing this? Is he really pretending to be a junior duke? Looking at him, the girl saw purple pupils and black hair, a toned face that made you shiver. It was Duke Daihun de Rem Dragon, father of Ergo. They say that in a hopeless situation, laughter acts as a defensive reaction. So the girl exclaimed how cool it was and asked to lift her even higher. Having lifted her a little, the man asked whether it was so or not. but the little girl said that it was even higher. The man remarked that the child was very annoying, after which he lifted her above his head, and Sophie exclaimed that it was just perfect. Dai-hun stated that she was fearless. The little one thought to herself that it was because if she begged for mercy, he would simply kill her. After all, this is the father of the younger duke, a man who can simply throw her out as far as possible. Remdragon said that if she was having so much fun, he could lift her even higher. Some strange child, of course. But in fact, our heroine was no longer very happy. But in fact, she was scared. It seemed that she was about to die. When they came down to earth, Sophie thought she was going to be sick. She missed her maids very much. After the elf ran up to them, the man asked who this child was and what she was doing near their estate. The boy replied that it might be hard to believe, but this girl would become the bride of the younger duke. Dai-hun replied that for some reason he thought so he didn't throw her out. That's usually how he gets rid of anything suspicious. Having decided to take advantage of the situation, our heroine began to slowly move back. The man noticed this and asked why she was running away. Now the girl was behaving completely differently. Was she really afraid of him? The young man decided to intervene in the conversation and try to clarify the situation. But the man barked that he was not asking him now, but this little girl. After which he added that there was a corpse lying behind the walls of the palace. Let Left deal with it before it started to smell. When the young man asked if he was an invader, Remdragon replied that as if he himself did not know, one would have to look hard to find such idiots. The little one noted to herself that it seemed that the manner of communication in this family was passed down through generations. The elf asked for forgiveness and said that it was his mistake, that he did not notice that person. He would strengthen the protection of the forest so that he would not have to do something like that in the future. Sophie thought that everyone in this house was crazy. She had to tell Barry and Mary to pack their things. She had to run away to their separate house as soon as possible and sit there for the rest of her life. Suddenly, she heard the man say that the one he killed said something strange. The guy said that he was not Riss. Maybe that was his name. The little girl immediately remembered how the guard said that he was able to save his mother thanks to the princess. The little girl replied that if he continued to obey her, she would tell him many useful things, whether the guy would be able to do what the girl instructed him to do. He replied that he would obey any of her orders. Using memories from the past, she pretended to be a seer and tricked the guard Roto into changing his name. She would not have been able to escape from the dungeon and get to the ball without his help, or rather the help of Riss. Since the young man constantly mocked her, she immediately betrayed him. The girl believed that he was captured by Allegro's people because he could not find her, but she could not even imagine that the guy was still wandering around the area. After the little girl was chosen as the bride of the younger duke, there were many things to do, so she completely forgot about the nickname Riss, which she herself gave him. Dai-hun added that he was wearing the uniform of the Allegro Knights. If it was a runaway knight, then there was nothing to worry about, but the youth could be their spy, so it was necessary to find out about it. Left noted that the warrior revealed his name, which means he is too stupid to be a spy. Perhaps this name is translated from the ancient language as fool. The Duke agreed that he was indeed very stupid. He swung his sword once, then started running, crashed his head into a tree and passed out too hopeless. It was hard to believe that he was a knight. While our heroine was listening to all this, she saw a maid on her cart were those same candies that the cook had given her a little earlier. After which, she grabbed this jar and handed it to Uncle Duke, saying that it was her gift for him. The baby gives her treasure to him, thanking him very much for protecting her. The man was very confused by this turn of events, so he simply looked at her silently. Sophie noted to herself that this was what was needed, but the elf was surprised that Dai-hun couldn't even utter a word. The Duke actually became her savior. If the shadow in that storm really belonged to Roto, then she would no longer be alive now. Our heroine is very grateful to the Duke. She loves Remdragon very much. The young man thoughtfully asked what was wrong with this child, what had happened that made her so happy. The elf explained that she was always very obedient and made adults happy. It seemed that she liked him after he took her for a ride on Vego. Having thrown a jar of candy to the boy, the man stated that this was the first child who was not afraid of him. Lef whispered in his ear that, to be honest, she likes beautiful people, so Mr. Ergo, she listens very well. The man replied that it was very difficult to love him because of his character. The little girl noted to herself that it was unexpected, but it hit the nail on the head. But it is enough that the Duke did not throw her out. Perhaps he had a reason why he wanted to get rid of her. After all, the interpretation of dreams is much better than the dreams themselves. When Daihan asked what she meant by, "Thank you for protecting her," the little one replied that Uncle Duke drove away the bad man. He is the strongest man in this world. The guy is the head of the family, based on the information known. At the moment, he follows the path of martial arts, enjoys battles and hates lies. And what he likes to hear, his address the most, is flattery. Therefore, Sophia repeated once again that he is indeed the strongest and the best in this world. Dragon blushed slightly and stared silently at our heroine. This was the very moment when the little one managed to melt the Duke's heart. But she didn't understand why he was silent. Had she said something wrong? Then the man started to squeeze her cheeks and said that it was a strange feeling she was so small, like a pea. The girl asked if his son had the same cheeks, since they were the same age. Daihan replied that he didn't know, since he had never touched his face. The little girl thought to herself that now it was clear why Ergo was always so offended by life. It turned out to be from a lack of fatherly love. Dragon noted that she wasn't nervous at all, and then said that he was going to kill her. Isn't the little one afraid? Our heroine asked if he meant that he wanted to throw her off Vivern, but he didn't do it. The man asked her in surprise if she was really satisfied with everything. Sophia thoughtfully replied that the younger Duke would not want to hold another ball, and besides, he was very busy. Daihan asked if she meant that if his son had to choose a bride again, he would not want to do it. Our heroine answered that everything was exactly like that, but the elf was very nervous in the background and did not understand what to do. But suddenly the young man asked how this little thing knew his son so well. Lef replied that the fact is that the lady likes the younger Duke very much. She counts the days until the wedding every day. The little girl was indignant to herself. Where did he even get that from? The guy knows absolutely nothing about her. The man replied that he understood everything the little one had managed to impress him, and now she should go to her room. After some time, the Duke asked for a clear explanation of why this child appeared in front of the castle. Whoever they chose as a bride, all they needed was her name, and he clearly ordered that the chosen one be housed in a separate building so that she would not be seen. The elf asked for forgiveness for not telling him in advance. The lady lives in the castle by order of the younger Duke. Daihan exhaled and said to leave everything as it is. He is sure that Ergo just wants to tickle his nerves, so he brought this child to the estate. The maid asked if something terrible had happened. The girl answered that no, but could she stay here when that uncle returned? The maid replied that most likely Mr. Elton would tell them to go back, after which she asked whether he had, by any chance, asked her name. The little girl answered what she asked, and Sophia introduced herself as she had taught her. When Barry asked if she had given her last name, the little girl felt her hands shaking. Probably if the Duke found out that she was from the Allegro family, he would not like it at all because they had a bad relationship. However, people from her family do not accept the baby. The fact that she is a princess remained a secret even after the escape. They never even called her by her first name, let alone by her last name. But her full name is beautiful. Sophia de Kaila, Moran, Soendra, Allegro. But even here they won't call her that. After which she replied that she didn't say her last name, and the assistant breathed a sigh of relief. When our heroine asked why she was so concerned about this issue, Barry replied that the Duke simply hated the Allegro family, but that did not mean that he would hate her too. The girl thought to herself that even though this was her family, they deserved this. But what was the reason for this attitude? After which, she asked what happened between them. The girl answered that, in order to find out the reason, it is necessary to dive into the time when the four kingdoms formed an alliance. The first head of the duchy was Cherno de Remdragon. He freed this land from demons. In fact, the kingdom of Allegro at that time was to become a principality. Does she know that 4 nations have united to drive out the demons and protect this land? Of course, Cherno had the most influence. The current 4 sovereigns are only the descendants of those who made a great contribution to the battle with the demons. From now on, madam, you need to know one thing. Not all people are good and correct. After defeating the enemies, other desires may appear. The first duke was worried that a struggle for power would begin between the 4 sovereigns. Therefore, it was wanted that Allegro would give up his title and throne, and all 4 countries would join the alliance and have equal powers. A vote would determine who would rule it. The baby remembered this from her past life. Cherno wanted equality in the system of government of the states, an alliance of 4 kings who would make decisions together. However, her ancestor broke his promise, although the decision on the vote was unanimous when the other sovereigns were called united rulers. Allegro alone called himself king. Moreover, he was proud of being the only legitimate member of the royal family. Her father told her that the unification of the 4 states was the merit of their family. The more she learned about the relationship between these families, the more she did not understand why Ergo chose a bride from this family. Bari added that the Allegro pretend to be the main ones. Although everyone has equal rights, this insults the dragons. The little girl asked, then why Remdragon doesn't do anything? Dragons are strong. They can kill everyone if they don't like something. The girl replied that it was all because of the peace agreement between the 4 sovereigns. According to this pact, they cannot invade each other's territory without a special reason, except for self-defense. Besides, the Duke no longer intends to interfere in the affairs of this world as Remdragon soon, but did not finish and covered her mouth with her hand. But Sophie already understood that she wanted to say that they would soon leave this world. There was no need to get involved in anything if they planned to leave. What would happen to the continent when they were gone? Now this dynasty is holding back the conflicts between the kingdoms, but as soon as they are gone, other sovereigns will invade the kingdom of Allegro. Even now they are probably waiting for this moment. Noticing that the little one was thinking about something, the maid exclaimed that everything was so complicated that a small child would not understand it. But in fact, Sophie understood everything perfectly well. If you tell her that in this child's body sits the soul of an adult, she will probably be very surprised. Barry added that she needs to avoid the Duke. A man can destroy everything he doesn't like. Fire dragons are just like that. The little girl noted to herself that he seemed very kind. In her past life, she read a book about dragons. It said that they have distinctive features that shape their character. For example, they are warlike, very strong, and hate it when people lie and break promises. Then our heroine asked if the uncle had been a fire dragon since birth. Barry was surprised why such a question suddenly arose in her mind. Maybe she knows something. But then she answered that no, at birth they are no different. Everything is determined in the process of growing up. Therefore, the younger Duke does not yet have his own traits. They will appear a little later. In order for Ergo to grow up to be a worthy dragon, he needs good influence from the outside. He has no friends at all, so let the lady be kind to him, and it would be best to just not cross paths with him at all. The little girl noted that he seemed not to like her. The maid asked why the little girl decided so. In her opinion, she really liked him. The girl thought to herself that she hoped he thought well of her, because that way she could focus on her revenge. To face the stupid Allegro family, she needed to become tougher. Sophie got her own death note. It contained a list of people she needed to take revenge on. She needed to carefully structure everything again. She would still show them what real hell is. Sometime later, a maid came into her room and said that it was time to eat dessert. Our heroine thought to herself that she would definitely kill them all. but after she ate it all, since she needed to eat in order to live. Meanwhile, Daihan was incredibly angry that this child was from the Allegro family. Was their daughter really going to marry his son? Elton thought to himself that it was necessary to calm the Duke down quickly. If he continued in the same spirit, then everyone would die of fear. So he asked him to calm down first, and he would explain everything to him. The man asked if he was making fun of him. They were all trying to hide the identity of this child from him. Did they really think he wouldn't find out about it if no one told him? The young man tried to say that they had no intention of deceiving him. The Duke told him to shut his mouth because he began to ignore the affairs of this world. Everyone began to treat him arrogantly. Let them immediately bring this girl to him. He himself will deal with her. The butler objected that the gentleman should under no circumstances do this. The man asked, "What do you mean it's not allowed? There's nothing in this world that he can't do." Did he really dare to go against his order and want to die quickly? The assistant thought to himself that the baby's life depended on this. He simply could not back down. So he said again that he was very guilty before them, but this should not be done. Dragon thought to herself that this was the first time this kid had refused to follow his order. Maybe she should listen to the reason why he was so desperate to stop him. So she asked why. The butler exclaimed that because human children sleep after 8 o'clock in the evening. Barry Reed says that if you disturb a child's sleep, it will have a negative effect on the growing body. So when the baby sleeps, they try very hard not to make noise. Objects around the man began to rise into the air, and he said that he understood what the guy meant. He wanted to say that they both could live without an arm or a leg. The Duke's special skill was telekinesis. The butler asked him to come to his senses and told him once again to listen. The lady had her own reasons. Daihan asked what other reasons he hopes that this time he will be more convincing. Having heard that the girl had been living in a dungeon all this time, the man asked whether this was really so. Elton replied that yes, almost from birth, they found out that she never even went outside. Sophie is listed in the family register, but that's all that is known. He is sure it was very difficult to survive there. When the Duke asked why they did this to her, the butler replied that he did not know. He had heard that the lady was not the daughter of either the former queen or the current one. Dragon noted that he seemed ashamed of having a child out of wedlock, but even cattle value their offspring. Allegro have outdone themselves again. It's just the worst. The young man noted that yes, that's why he's very proud of the girl. This little one is adapting to the unfamiliar place very quickly, so he is very impressed. After which, he asked if he could forget about his relationship with the baby's family for a while and just trust her once. The man smiled and replied that he could try since she had given him a bribe in exchange for silence. And in general, what had this little thing done to them that they had gone over to the man's side? He had never seen them like this before. The young man replied that there was no particular reason for this. She was just very nice. The Duke did not respond to this, but simply said that if this little thing starts to do something, then they should get rid of her immediately. The young man replied that they were watching her closely, but the lady was still very young, only 5 years old. So what could she do? Plus, they must marry to fulfill their family's promise to the people. After which the butler added that he very much asked him to remember this and not be so strict with the girl. Daihan exclaimed that it was impossible, despite the fact that she had soft cheeks, a bright smile, and a very sweet smell. He did not intend to let her get away with everything. The boys smiled and replied that they understood everything. If that was all, then they would take their leave. Meanwhile, the little girl wondered where Elton had gone. She wanted to ask him about dragons. And anyway, the Duke is still in the castle, and she still hasn't been sent to that little house. When Sophie wanted to eavesdrop on what they were talking about, the butler suddenly appeared and asked what was so interesting there. The little girl exclaimed how long he had been standing there because she had been looking for him for a long time. The young man asked why she was looking for him, but then exclaimed that he understood there was no need to be shy. He knew about everything. The little girl was surprised why they always knew about everything. Was it because they lived so long? The guy added that she clearly wanted to know about the date of their wedding. It was necessary to wait a little longer, or the little one was worried that the Duke would not marry her. Our heroine began to get angry and think about what was wrong with him, after which she shouted that she hadn't been looking for him for that reason at all, but now she wouldn't ask him about anything. The young man said that he had good news for her, after which he showed her the dowry list and said that it would be difficult for her to understand what was written there. But simply put, it was a list of gifts that would be sent to her home to the kingdom of Allegro. The little girl was happy at first, but then she realized that all this would not go to her, and she completely forgot about it. Once at a ball, where a young groom chooses a partner for a marriage of convenience, the parents raised a scandal precisely because of the huge dowry. Her family probably isn't looking for the girl, because they know she's with Rem Dragon. These people are obviously thinking about the dowry day and night, but they can't act hastily right now, because the dynasty that has the baby is just a den of predators. But her father is not the type to sit back in her past life. When Sophia was locked up, he didn't even think that she could be used, so he rarely came. For a man, an illegitimate daughter was just a cursed child, and nothing more. However, when the girl grew up, he saw something in her, how she spoke and wrote in an ancient language that she had not been taught. Then Vego laid eyes on her. As soon as she became capable of anything, they immediately began to use her, and if her father decided that she would be useful to him in the status of the bride of the younger Rem Dragon. Although no, for Allegro, the crumb is a weak point, they can clearly try to take it from there so that it does not go to their competitor. After which, she asked if they had contacted her father. The guy replied that of course he had conveyed to him the news that she would become the bride of the younger Duke. When the little girl asked what he had answered, the butler said thoughtfully that to his surprise, no answer had come, although quite some time had passed. Then he exclaimed that following the order, they should only give them money, so getting an answer was not so important. Then the young man demonstrated exactly what kind of dowry would be sent to her kingdom. There were emerald mining rights treasures, plus the ownership of forestry production. It was all just blinding. Our heroine thought that it was really possible to keep all this without locking it up, after which she asked whether it wouldn't be better to hide it all well. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. The chest was enchanted with magic. It was impossible to touch it, but it did not work on her or the members of the ducal family. Besides knowing the Duke's bad character, I don't want to steal from the castle. Only someone who is sick in the head could do that. The little girl understood everything perfectly well, but she really didn't want all of this to go to those terrible people. The butler winked at her and said that the Allegro family would be very proud of her for the rest of their days. Did she understand what he meant? The little one really wanted to hit him on the neck with that hand. Why are the servants in this house so slow-witted? The very thought that her family would receive these treasures just makes her head spin. Our heroine didn't like this at all, but there was no other choice. If she didn't give it to them, there would be trouble anyway. Suddenly, Elton announced that a reply letter had just arrived from her house, and whether she wanted him to read it. But when the young man opened it, his expression immediately changed, and the girl began to ask what was written there. She also wanted to see. The butler replied that she did not need to read it, but the lady insisted and asked to give her this message. Our heroine still managed to reach this leaf and knock it out of the guy's hands. It turned out that it said there that the kingdom of Allegro would not send a dowry money or other gifts if they were not satisfied with this. Then they could just drive this girl away right now. The girl, of course, expected something like this, but she thought that these people would never receive a dowry. A few days later, Allegro sent someone, but it is not clear what to expect from this, given the contents of this letter. But the baby in turn was absolutely ready. Mary noted that the lady was in a very good mood. The girl replied that yes, she was very interested in what expression the guest would have on his face. The girl replied that he would be very happy to receive such a dowry. When the maid asked if the younger Duke had given her this flower ring, Sophia immediately remembered the incident with the raccoon and replied that it was hers. Suddenly, they heard the clatter of hooves and a loud cry that the guests had arrived. The woman who got out of the carriage shook herself with disgust and was indignant at how dirty it was. She couldn't even imagine that the Duke's castle was in the forest. Our heroine did not understand why Queen Errata was sent here. This picky woman was completely narrow-minded. The girl who rightfully occupies the 7th place in the Death Note is Sofek, the adoptive mother who constantly tormented and beat her. Having become pregnant by the king, she became the 2nd queen, which caused her reputation in high society to be shaken. By the way, this is how the 3rd son Huron was born. Yulin, who was the mother of Vego, despised Errata because of her lineage. The woman always screamed. Does she understand how lucky she was that the girl gave birth to a son? If she had a daughter, she would have found herself in the same position as that damned girl. The girl must definitely make her contribution to their family by giving birth to another strong boy. Whenever Yulin scolded Errata, she would come to take out her anger on our heroine. The girl would scream that she couldn't believe that she was treating her like that Lily. It was all because of her. For a long time, the little girl did not understand who the queen was constantly talking about until she found out that it was the name of Sophiel's mother. You could say that thanks to her, she learned her mother's name in general. The girl does not want to go back to Allegro under any circumstances. It is pure hell there, and instead of the devil, the entire royal family. When Errata exclaimed, "Why are they standing there? Let them immediately take her into the house and show her everything here," Mary clarified whether she was a delegate. First, she needed to check this before letting her in. The woman noted that she was very impudent, but the maid explained that she needed to go through the confirmation procedure. Errata exclaimed that it was enough. Who was she hiding behind her back? Having seen the girl, the woman said that she was very lucky to see her immediately upon arrival. Doesn't the garbage rat think so too? The maid thought to herself, how dare she address her mistress like that? And the queen added that apparently it was her duty to guard this rat, which is why the girl was so arrogant. After which, she added that let the baby come to her, because she is her mother. Sophie did not understand what this woman had in mind, calling her a rat, then a baby. Errata continued that her mother had traveled a long time to see her. She was so glad that the girl was healthy, so they needed to hug. Then she hissed in his ear that she didn't know that the girl was so cunning and petty, but was already plotting and beguiling the Duke's family. She would still pay for disturbing the queen and forcing her to come to this place. Our heroine couldn't believe that she said this to a small child. In a past life, the girl would have simply kept silent, but not now. The little one changed and became angry, after which Sophie pointed her finger at her and called her aunt. The woman was indignant. How dare she address her mother like that? The little one replied that she had said that she would kill if the girl called her mom. Had she really forgotten? Does she have a memory like a fish or something? Although it's not surprising she couldn't even finish the academy. Although it was probably a secret, that's why she asks for forgiveness. There is no need to be angry. It will be a big problem if the pressure rises and the woman becomes even more stupid. The queen screamed, how dare she talk to her like that? Let the maid immediately tear off her hands. The little girl thought to herself that Mary was actually a hybrid succubus. One wrong move, and she was done for. Suddenly, the voice of the younger Duke was heard asking why it was so noisy, what was going on, and who dared to wake him up at such a time. The maid immediately began to apologize, since she did not know that he was inside. The guy replied that they had passed, and asked the queen if she had accidentally made the noise. Mary immediately warned that even if she behaved loudly, she could not be killed, since she was the queen of Allegro. Our heroine did not understand why she immediately asked her not to kill, but the young man did not say anything about murder. What was he really doing? Then the boy asked why it was always so noisy around the raccoon, and the little girl exclaimed that it wasn't her fault this time. After which, she pointed her finger at the queen and said that this woman was louder than her, who in turn ordered her to shut her mouth. Then she asked Ergo if he had gone crazy to plan to kill her, since she was the queen of Allegro. The young man retorted, "So what when hunting do they ask animals their origins before killing them? There are wild and domestic animals, and surely a woman also differentiates them in this way." The baby looked at him and thought about whether he was seriously going to kill her, and how. Same peace agreement. Our heroine immediately began to tug at the maid's hand and say that this needed to be stopped somehow. Ergo continued that taking into account the peace agreement, he would put his life on the line. After which, he ordered Black to get rid of the delegate. The black puma immediately growled and began to head towards the queen. Suddenly, an elf screamed from above, "What is going on? Let everyone stop immediately." After some time, the maid asked if everything was okay with the mistress. The girl answered that yes, and asked her the same thing. The maid muttered that the woman was so awful. Even though the little one said that everything was fine, she was probably very scared. Our heroine replied that this was just the tip of the iceberg, especially since it wasn't the first time. Mary said that the baby should wait a little, and the girl would bring her something tasty. Sophia wondered why Arata came here in person. The queen came because taking care of a cursed child makes no sense. The girl is sure that she has ulterior motives. But while our heroine has such a wonderful opportunity, she also shouldn't sit idle. The assistant led the woman to the room and said that she could wait there. The Duke would be here soon. The queen thought to herself that a lot of time had already passed. How much longer could she wait? Perhaps they had decided to insult her in this way. If she had known what the younger Duke looked like, this misunderstanding would not have happened. Then she muttered that it seemed like the rumors were true. Dragons were not trained in the norms of decency, but she could not do anything. She had to be patient, since the opportunity to meet the legendary Duke had come up. 3 hours later, the woman was completely furious and started screaming, asking when he would deign to show up. The maid whispered to her to calm down and not to forget about her mission, which was to destroy this marriage by any means necessary. The queen's plan was to throw away the dowry, anger the Duke, and break off this engagement. Therefore, she replied that the assistant was right. It was necessary to be patient in order to implement her brilliant plan. Suddenly, a male voice was heard, saying that Arata had to wait a long time. She was indignant how improper of him, but finally he came. But when the woman turned around, she saw the butler, who announced that the guard's training was over, so the Duke would arrive soon. The queen muttered that he was so handsome, that is how outstanding he was. It was interesting, after which she asked how much longer she had to wait. The guy answered that Daihan would be here soon. They haven't had such distinguished guests for a long time, so let him enjoy the atmosphere of their palace without rushing. The queen noted to herself that in general, the fact that she had entered the estate was already a reason to brag. Did all this really exist in this world? After some time, a voice was heard asking if she was a representative of Allegro. Irata thought to herself that the younger Duke was already very handsome for his age, but the older one was even more beautiful. The man stated that her family members had plenty of free time since she had come in person. The woman replied that the exchange of dowry was the only procedure of this marriage. Therefore, as a mother, she could not help but come. The eldest Duke interrupted her and said that he was very tired, so it was necessary to speed up the process. Let him take the dowry and disappear. He will, so be it. Close his eyes to today's commotion. The woman thought to herself that she wanted to be nice to him, but the guy behaves like that. The butler noted that today was one of those rare days when the Duke was generous and loyal, and then handed her the dowry list. The woman was taken aback by how much wealth they had prepared, because these were very valuable things. But it wouldn't be interesting if everything ended so quickly. Besides, her goal was to break off the engagement and not to take the dowry. So she noted that they had prepared well. After which, she stated that they probably knew that the girl was the only princess of Allegro, and for the only royal daughter, this dowry was not enough. Therefore, Dragon should give twice as much for it. But she thought to herself what the Duke would say about this. Isn't it already so profitable for him? The man noted that he now understood the reason for her visit. Apparently, she valued her daughter very much. The queen replied that of course she was the most valuable child in the world. The duke stood up and asked sarcastically what was wrong. He understood her perfectly, after which he asked what her daughter's name was. The woman did not expect this, and asked again what he had just said. Daihan repeated that, what was her name? He asked what the girl's name was. When Arata hesitated, the young man asked why she could not answer. It was impossible not to know the name of her beloved daughter. Let her tell him her name, and then he would triple the dowry. The queen never addressed the baby in any other way than as, damn garbage rat, so she wondered if she even had a name. The duke noted that he knew it. Even in this unfortunate letter, the baby's name was not indicated. Everyone must have forgotten, since she had been in captivity from her earliest childhood. But even so, her name must be written down somewhere. This child received neither sincerity nor attention for her. She is just an unknown child. What value can we talk about at all? But this girl told him her name, and she remembered his name. The young man hopes that the human queen understands what he is talking about. Sometimes they humans act quite unreasonably. Unfortunately, Irata was indignant that she was the queen of the only kingdom. Let him show respect to her. The man objected that he shows respect only to those who deserve it. And the woman is absolutely not such a person. She is lucky that he is not interested in human affairs. Let her accept this and go away. The woman thought to herself that she couldn't just back down. Otherwise, Vego wouldn't leave her alone. Therefore, she stated that apparently this devoted man now wants to acquire this girl. If he continues like this, he will be in big trouble. Their royal family. Allegro is historically significant. They are the only representatives of the royal family. But the Duke is right about one thing. The dowry was just a pretext. She wants to take this child back. The family is so attached to her. And after parting, they miss her even more. If he really needs this girl, he will take her in a few years after they train her. Only then will they send her back. The butler objected that she could also receive a good education in the Duke's family. The woman replied that how could she trust them? There wasn't even a single person in this house who would look after her. What could they possibly know about raising a child? Irata saw that the servants treated her with all the honors, but the baby would get used to it and would only get worse, so she was going to raise and educate her, and only then send her to them. Then she added that if they did not agree with this condition, then they could simply pretend that there was no engagement. After these words, the Duke became very gloomy. The Queen did not understand why she was shaking all over. It felt like the whole world was pressing on her. Elton immediately asked the master to calm down. If she was overcome by fear of dragons, then she might die. Before him was only a lower man, and also let him not forget about the peace agreement. The man retorted that this brat was not a direct royal descendant, so there was no reason not to kill her. After which, he added that he was giving her one last chance to take the dowry and disappear from sight if she refused then to go home without limbs. Irata immediately decided that she would do just that, otherwise she would not live. She would simply take what was given and run away as quickly as possible. But in the box, there were 2 notes, one of which said that the right to mine emeralds could only be obtained by a good person. But the right to a forestry enterprise did not belong to them. The butler laughed and suggested that this was clearly the work of a raccoon. After some time, everyone tried to catch up with the girl, but she cleverly ran away from them. Mary said that the dowry is something that the adults agreed upon among themselves, and she is a good girl, so she will return everything, right? The little girl asked for forgiveness and replied that if she gave it to him, Uncle Duke would be angry. The young man asked why he should be angry, what she was even talking about. The baby explained that if he gave the papers to this woman, it would be dishonest and malorando filled. She secretly extracts magic stones from everyone. This is the territory of the Duke's family, which is located close to the kingdom of Allegro. This land produces the best magic stones on the continent, which are so necessary for all magicians, and their price is comparable to gold bars. so Phil pushed them to think that her family was stealing them. The young man replied that if this was true, he wanted to hear more about it. Irata screamed that everything was wrong. This girl was a real liar who slandered adults. She didn't even have any evidence. The little girl asked, why not? She was digging stones with her hands. Elton noted that indeed there probably remained devices with which they mined magic stones. The heroine pretended to burst into tears and said that now her aunt would quarrel with the family. Because of this, what would happen to her and her brother now? But let him forgive her. The little one could not remain silent. Only bad people act like that. It dawned on the guy that the only territory adjacent to Malorando filled is the home of Count Haman, a relative of the queen. The Duke noted that it turned out that this woman's family and Allegro stole together. It was necessary to look into this in more detail. When the order was given to capture Irata, our heroine thought to herself that this was great. Everything worked out as she planned. The woman screamed that she was actually the queen, and that they were provoking a diplomatic conflict. Daihan asked if she really thought that such a trifle could escalate into a war, although he would be very happy if it started, because they would be the first to break the peace agreement. After this, they began to take the queen away, and she screamed that they should not touch her with their dirty hands. The young man told the girl to immediately come down to him. When the man asked to return what she had taken, the little girl silently walked past him towards the elf. Then she told Lef to sell the right to mine in the emerald mines and buy herself a good weapon, and let her also oil Uncle Golem. Otherwise he's creaking all over. Mary and Barry thank them for taking care of her. If the girls sell the rights to the forestry enterprise, they will become rich. And when they have lots and lots of money, then let them buy her something tasty. She has been dreaming of trying white chocolate for a long time. Unexpectedly, the Duke stroked her head and said that thanks to her, they didn't have to give the dowry to those people. So thank you very much. The butler was taken aback by the fact that the gentleman was smiling, because it seemed that he had never seen anything like that in his memory. Then the young man picked up the baby in his arms and said that he would carry her to the room. A man was watching them, and the elf exclaimed that when did the gentleman even manage to return? The young man asked him to be quieter and stated that she was a rather unusual child. After some time, the baby thought about the fact that despite the fact that she keeps memories from the past, but is in the body of a child, why the child's body cannot control tears. The maid told her that it was enough to cry. Enough, the little girl replied that she had almost calmed down. Then she wondered why the Duke had not left yet, or whether it was time for punishment. Daihan suddenly said that he wanted to ask something, whether something had entered her by accident. Malorando is their territory that the family does not use. Where did the girl learn what she told today? Our heroine quickly blurted out that she heard about it when her aunt was chatting with her servants. I also noticed her ring, which sparkled so much that it was simply impossible not to notice. It was linearit, a byproduct that is formed during the mining of magical stones. It has no special properties, but is a rare and beautiful substance highly sought after in jewelry. Irata could not resist and made herself a ring, thereby giving herself away. If the Duke had immediately recognized this stone, then things would have gone much faster, after which she asked if he was going to send people there, because evidence was needed. Remdragon asked why it would be easier to just interrogate the queen. Wouldn't it be easier to get her to confess? The little girl noted to herself that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and the maid exclaimed that it was time for her mistress to go to bed. Mary said she had nothing to worry about. The Duke's family was the best in the world at extracting any information from people. They will shake the whole truth out of her. The dynasty prides itself on doing everything quickly and clearly. The little one was surprised that these cute maids were also involved in torture for Remdragon. Then she asked how they would do it. The assistant answered that she didn't know yet. The little girl asked if they would show her terrible nightmares because she and Barry are succubi. The girl exclaimed that she had such extensive knowledge. The lady was very smart. Everything was true. They feed on good dreams, but they can also send bad ones. But that's enough. It's time to sleep. And besides, because of all this fuss, the little one missed her daytime nap. Suddenly, the Duke declared that although this was not her biological mother, her stepmother had been detained, and she was lying calmly, as if nothing had happened. He could not understand what was going on in this child's head. After which, he asked if she loved her father and stepmother. The little girl answered that yes, the Duke had confirmed that she was telling the truth. She had answered so clearly, and she had almost fallen asleep. When Dae-hun asked her what she wanted to be when she grew up, our heroine answered as she fell asleep, a traitor to her homeland and a bad daughter. The young man noted that she wants to become a traitor to the kingdom of Allegro and a bad child for her father. The more he communicates with her, the less he understands what is going on in her head. Having said goodnight, the Duke went out the door and thought to himself that she really didn't like her family that much. The butler immediately asked if everything was okay with him because he had a very strange expression on his face. When the master ordered him to leave, Elton stated that this girl had become special to him, hadn't she? The man replied that nothing special, it was just interesting to watch her. She really does look like a raccoon. After which, Dae-hun asked if they were all ready. The guy replied that yes, the lawyer's license that he had gotten for fun had finally come in handy. And the team of lawyers responsible for foreign policy is also awaiting orders. The Duke noted that after a long break, they were back in business. Since the little raccoon hated her father, he should show her how Vego sheds tears. Meanwhile, from the Rem Dragon dungeon came the cries of Irata, who demanded to be released. How dare they treat the only queen like that? Let them open the door immediately. When the maid appeared in the room, the woman hissed that she was with this girl. Why did both girls come here at all? Let them tell the Duke to come here immediately. Mary smiled sweetly and replied that it was a pity, but nothing would come of it. She would have to talk to them. Irata was bullying the little girl all this time. Plus, she also threatened to rip her arms off. Then it would be better to start with a dream in which her hands are torn off. Or perhaps a better picture where her nails are torn off. One by one, they will give her a dream in which all the pain will be felt as if in reality. Until this moment, they have fed on the good dreams of their mistress, so they will respond to her with hellish sensations. For all the pain she caused her, the succubi will lead her into a wonderful, unforgettable night. The next day, the little girl asked if she had really confessed everything. Mary answered that she barely, but she confessed. The woman even confirmed all her words with a print. Barry added that she knew that the territory was abandoned and prepared all the necessary equipment for exploring the caves. Our heroine came to the conclusion that now it was her father's turn to act. Vitigo, the third, truly loves only his precious sons. Wives and concubines were of absolutely no interest to him. Now he will break all ties with the queen. All that remains is to watch, but the little one will make it so that it is impossible to get rid of her. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Allegro, cries were heard about what kind of fabulous sum of compensation this was, and whether they really had to pay all of it. The dumb wife couldn't even cope with her only task. The guy said that he had to kill that damn girl. He tried to save his family from problems, but ended up in trouble. What will the king do now? The man replied that he should send Remdragon the divorce papers right now. If he broke up with the queen, then their family would be able to get out of it dry. The young man said that he would immediately do everything as he ordered. The eldest son noted to himself that they were actually guilty, but if he said this now, there would be trouble. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the room and informed His Majesty that trouble had happened and that he should read this newspaper. It was said there that the royal family of Allegro was behind the illegal exploration of the caves. Quran muttered that this simply couldn't be. They even printed the contents of the secret book of records of the purchase and sale of magic stones. Only his shadow could know about this. The man screamed that this rat was to blame for everything. He wanted to get rid of it, but it wouldn't work anymore. Our heroine, smiling, read this article and thought that everything turned out as she planned. A few days earlier, in the Rem Dragon dungeon, the queen screamed that she was scared, that she had enough of nightmares, that she hated dreams where she became a skeleton. The little girl noted to herself that now it was clear what her assistants were capable of. The girls simply tormented her with nightmares, after which she told her aunt to come to her senses. There was no one else to save her, she would have to do it herself. Irata asked, in shock, "What do you mean save her? Will they really kill her? But she is the queen of Allegro." The little one asked if she really thought those people were still on her side. She thought not, they would most likely try to shift all the blame onto her. Her Majesty wondered if they had really decided to hang everything on her and leave her in this estate. Then Sophie handed her the book and asked if she knew what it was. The woman replied that it was a secret accounting book. Where did she even get it from? The girl exclaimed that if she didn't need it, she could take it. But the queen screamed that she was needed and took her away. Our heroine thought to herself that she had simply rewritten the book from memories from a past life. After leafing through the notes for a bit, the woman asked if the little one could send her to an address she would name, please. Irata would not bully her anymore. After a while, the little girl noted that the woman had also lived with this family for quite some time, and she could not sit back and wait for the end. The queen acts as she expected. Now it remains to wait for the king, who will take revenge on his wife. After which, our heroine crossed out another name from her death note. There were already -2 people. After some time, the Allegro family offered their sincere apologies for what had happened to the duke and begged for mercy. The young man asked what it meant to have mercy, and the servants showed mercy to that girl, or not. Then she began to read the message from the king, who said that he was grateful to the Rem Dragon family for showing generosity and accepting his unworthy daughter, after which he stated that this time too there was no name for the girl. Then he said that instead of these useless apologies, let them tell him to write congratulations for his daughter's wedding, and let him write culturally and sincerely. Daihan will not accept a letter unless it is written in Vitego's own hand by a third party. The case became public thanks to Arata's confession, and investigations into all of their cases began immediately, which caused Allegro to be criticized by the press, which caused great losses. After some time, the Duke entered the baby's room and noted that she was so calm, although there was complete chaos outside. After her visit to the Queen in prison, he learned that she had written a letter to her parents asking for help. The exposure and betrayal of the Arata family, it seems to him that Sophie, although a little had a hand in this incident, our heroine was taken aback by what she heard and exclaimed that she knew absolutely nothing. The young man asked her if she knew that good children should not lie. The girl replied that, of course, and thought to herself that it was necessary to change the subject as soon as possible. Then she said that Uncle Duke, big as a whale, compared to him, the others look like shrimps. If the little shrimps fight, is it possible to determine which of them is the worst? The man replied that he would not even pay attention to the attempts of small fry and smiled slightly. Then he stroked our heroine on the head and said that it was true there was sense in her words, so he would side with the special shrimp. When the little one asked if he was talking about her, Daihan replied that yes, she was a good girl, so he would turn a blind eye to this matter. Sophie asked in surprise why she was a good girl, since she stole the dowry and did badly. The young man replied that the whole world had turned away from her, but she continued to look at him with a smile. The little girl had been through a lot, and he would remember her name for a long time. The little one had tears in her eyes and thanked Uncle Duke for such words. The guy asked her not to cry, and she could call him either Duke or Uncle, as she preferred. When the girl grows up and marries his son, then he will become her father. Our heroine could not believe that the Duke would become her dad. She could not even dream of such a thing. Would she really have a real family? The man continued that if she marries his son, she will become his daughter. Of course, not his biological daughter, but she will be his daughter-in-law, but they will still be like family. When there was a pause, Dae-hun asked if she really didn't want to become part of his family, but the little one immediately exclaimed that she didn't mean that, but she thought to herself that she was afraid to hope for it too much. The Duke declared that since they were not yet engaged, he would call her Little Raccoon. The little girl asked if it was necessary to do so, but would not argue. Already in the corridor, the butler reported that Allegro's messengers had already left. He replied that it was clear, but in general he didn't care. After which he asked what the little raccoon usually does. Elton answered that in her free time she often plays in the forest. When Rem Dragon asked why in the forest, since they have a beautiful garden, the young man replied that yes, but it belongs to the late Duchess. On the very day the girl died, everyone begged her to wake up and open her eyes, but there was no reaction. After this, the Duke said that he did not want to see this garden. Let them close it and make it so that no one would go there. After this, no one would appear there again. The butler added that now there is no one to look after this place. It has probably completely withered. After thinking for a while, Dae-hun said that this garden should be given to the little raccoon. A few days later, lying on the grass in the front garden, the little girl noted that she felt very calm, so much so that she could hardly even remember the events of the previous week. Barry noted that the lady has merged with this grass. Let her play to her heart's content, but be careful not to get hurt. Suddenly, the Duke's voice was heard, asking why her cheeks were so red. Was she really ill? The maid replied that she was fine. She was just too carried away by the games. Looking at the young man, the little girl noticed that his clothes were somehow different today. When Sophie asked where he was going, the guy replied that in connection with recent events, he was thinking of inspecting the territory of their duchy. Until now he had been too indifferent. He will be back in a few months, as he still has some things to do. The little girl thought to herself, they had only just met him recently. It was even somehow sad that he would be gone for so long. As he was leaving, the young man told the maid to take good care of the little raccoon. Our heroine shouted, "Wait," and wished Uncle Duke a good journey. She would miss him very much, so let him come back soon. When the man replied that he would try, the little girl asked if he would tell the younger Duke that he had left. She had heard that he was very ill. Dae-hun replied that there was nothing to be done. It was a chronic disease of dragons. He himself would cope with it perfectly well. Don't hope for anything, rely only on your own strength, and don't love anyone. This is what his father taught him. The girl thought to herself that it turns out he doesn't like anything. She would be very lonely in his place. Suddenly, the man said that she would need a personal tutor. She probably wanted to get a good education. Remembering the Queen's words that there was not a single person in this house to look after her, that they knew anything about raising a child, the Duke said that he must take responsibility for what he said before the Allegro. The maid was shocked that the dragon cared about a human. It was simply incredible. After some time, the assistant said that the lady was a good girl, and it seemed that the Duke liked her. Our heroine replied that last time she said that she needed to avoid him. Barry replied that she was just worried that he would scare her. She didn't want her to get hurt, but now his heart has melted. To gain the favor of the elders of the Rem Dragon family is the same as gaining the patronage of God. The baby has great potential and is also very kind. The girl replied that there is no need to exaggerate. She likes her too. The girl added that she wanted to say something. All their ancestors left this land. Mary and she are the last royal succubi who remained here. One pair of brothers or sisters of succubi and incubi always become king and queen. They are the only ones of this kind who remain here. The little one asked where all their ancestors had gone. The girl replied that they had left this world along with the other dragons. Sophie noted that this meant that they too would leave someday. The assistant replied that they could not do this whenever they wanted. On the night when the blue moon rises, the magical power reaches its limit. Then the door opens, through which one can go to another world. Our heroine noted to herself that of course the Rem Dragon dynasty will leave, when the blue moon appears in the sky. After which, she asked when such a day would come. The girl replied that they could only guess, but no one really knows. They only know that they need to wait more than 10 years until the next moon. When the little girl said that it turns out that they have to sit on their suitcases because it is unknown when she will appear again, Barry replied that there is a star that foretells this. If it appears, it means the door will open soon. The girl thought to herself that now it was clear on what day exactly she might be abandoned. Noticing that the little one was thinking about something, the maid asked what happened. The little one immediately replied that she was not thinking about anything, but the assistant insisted because she was interested. Then she took the little girl by the hand and put a beautiful ring on her finger, saying that it was a gift for her. After which, she explained that this was a family heirloom. This ring contained the power of their family. It would help her in an emergency. When Sophie exclaimed that she was really giving her such a valuable thing, the girl replied that it was only given to the closest ones, so please let her accept it. Our heroine thought to herself that it must have been difficult for her to part with such a thing, so it would be awkward if she refused. Therefore, she replied that she would treat him very carefully, after which she thanked him with all her heart. After some time, the little one thought that she didn't know what functions it could perform, but since it was the royal succubus's thing, it was definitely valuable. Since the little girl received such a relic as a gift, she should give something corresponding in return. It is necessary to find beautiful purple flowers suitable for the maid. Our heroine will make a wreath out of them, which she will surely like very much. Not noticing a small pebble on the road, Sophie tripped and fell face down on the ground. Suddenly, the voice of the younger duke was heard asking what she was doing in this place. Why did the boy ask why she was lying there in the middle of the road? The little girl snorted. What business did he have? Diane allowed her to come there, after which she asked what he was doing in the garden at all. Ergo replied that he was keeping an eye on her so that she wouldn't do anything stupid. But I had already heard that the girl had managed to do something. There had been some incident. It seemed connected with the dowry. Did she really steal it? The little one replied that nothing had happened. When Sophie asked where he kept coming from, the boy pointed to the treehouse. The little girl was delighted because she dreamed of seeing one like this at least once. The younger duke asked if she wanted to go inside and see what it was like inside. Our heroine replied that he wouldn't allow it anyway, so why ask? But unexpectedly the boy replied that he allowed it. Let him follow him. Looking around, the little one noted that he was very young, but already had a house that one could only dream of, and in the future he would inherit the entire duchy. When Sophie exclaimed that he was so rich, the guy said that he understood her feelings, but that she should not dare tell anyone that she had been in this place. Suddenly, Ergo sat down next to her and told her not to trust his father. The little one replied that she would think about his words, but she thought to herself that she didn't trust anyone even without warning. But when she is with him, she does not understand what is happening to her. She doesn't find him disgusting, but she's afraid of him. And yet she wants to get to know him better. So she decided that she just needed to avoid him for now, and said that she'd already seen everything, so it was time to go home. Suddenly the boy said that she liked him. So why was he running away? The girl thought to herself that it was very strange. Actually, she became the evil Sophie, but next to him, she turns into a complete fool. The younger duke asked again why she was avoiding him, since she wanted to marry him, didn't she? The little girl exclaimed that it was unworthy to marry him. Ergo asked to clarify what this meant. The girl replied that her family was ruined, so they couldn't even give her a dowry, so see you soon. The young man grabbed her by the shoulders and said that this is the dowry, hinting that it was she. Therefore, let our heroine never let anyone hurt her again. After which the young man added that she could go and not disturb his sleep anymore. On the way, the little girl thought about how strange he really was. Near the palace, she was met by maids who said that they had been looking for her for a long time because the grandfather of the younger duke, the first head of the family, had arrived. Sophie noted to herself that she had read about him in a book, and Bari had told her about him. Cherno de Rem Dragon, an adult dragon who is more than 300 years old, a hero who destroyed countless demons in the war, is a legendary creature shrouded in mystery. So it turns out that he is now in the palace. The little girl immediately asked where she could hide. The maid replied that this time she didn't have to hide, since he wanted to see her. After some time, our heroine was already sitting opposite him, and thinking about whether this was really the very first Dragon Duke. The man noted that up close, she seemed even smaller, were all human children like that, and then asked what her name was. After which, she said hello, and said that her name was Sophie. But she thought to herself that perhaps she should have introduced herself with her full name, since there was no point in hiding it. But Cherno himself said that he knows that she is a child who came from the royal family of Allegro. She has a very unusual appearance for a human. White hair and red eyes. This is the characteristic of the demons that lived in her kingdom. She heard that the first duke hated these creatures very much. The man muttered that a child with demonic features coming from this family was a very interesting combination. The little one thought to herself that she wasn't really a demon. She just had that appearance, and there was nothing to worry about. She hadn't done anything bad. Suddenly, the man added that he thought that sometimes people like her were born, but she still managed to distinguish herself by recently stabbing the royal family of Allegro in the back, didn't she? Our heroine smiled and replied that yes, she thought to herself that she had escaped without incident. It seemed that he was not hostile. Crino added that it was not made by a finger. Most human children respect their parents. The little one replied that she did not belong to her parents because she did not respect them. She belonged to herself. The Duke asked why Sophie was looking at him like that. Maybe he said something wrong. The little girl exclaimed that the uncle was not at all like her grandfather. She had heard that he was very old, but the skin is clear and smooth, and the hair is so silky. He is the most handsome uncle she has ever seen. He is not any grandfather. Rem Dragon stated that she is a very straightforward child and is not at all like Allegro, since he remembers all of her ancestors. They have very strange eyes, so they look either like stupid fish or like wild cats. Unlike them, she has a very clear and bright look. The man thinks that she is like her mother. Is that woman as smart as the baby? Our heroine replied that she doesn't know her mother and has never seen her. I noted to myself that usually people feel awkward, but this does not apply to him. Perhaps he is so calm due to his age. Cherno muttered, "What does it mean?" She says that he looks young. The man has lived for many years. This is the first time he hears this. The butler whispered in her ear that the master had turned 350 years old this year, which is not that old for dragons. Hearing this number, the little one exclaimed that he did not look young, but very, very, very young. The head of the family noted that this little one has absolutely no manners, but she is very cute. Elton replied that she is still very small. The honesty and hospitality of children cannot leave anyone indifferent. The man replied that it was true and that they should continue to raise her properly. After some time, the butler brought the mirror that the master had asked for. Cherno sat the baby in his arms and asked if she could see his reflection in the mirror. Our heroine exclaimed that she saw some grandfather there. I noted to myself that this is not written about in any book. Dragons can change their faces whenever they want. The Rem Dragon family has been in seclusion for a long time, so information about them was passed down through legends. One of the things that everyone knows is that dragons live very long, as the first duke is still alive to this day. After which, she stated that she would remember him like this: the real appearance of a grandfather. The man noted that she immediately began to call him grandfather. After all, she speaks very well for a child. The guy said that she received the best compliment for dragons. A person who speaks well means that the girl is someone with whom you can have an interesting and useful conversation. Cherno told him not to blab too much. Of course, it is very nice that the little one says everything without concealment, but aristocrats must have appropriate manners. People attach special importance to etiquette. especially this applies to the upper classes. Suddenly, subordinates appeared in the room and reported that they had everything ready. Specialists from the trading organization came to the meeting. The butler explained that the gentleman was interested in entrepreneurship. Just recently, Sophia asked why the Duke trains with a sword. He is a dragon and can easily defeat everyone. She noticed that he often leaves to train. Barry noted that this is a good question. The little one should know that dragons live for a very long time. She doesn't know about demons, but an ordinary living creature can't kill Rem Dragon. However, in a very rare case, due to depression or loss of strength, a dragon can die very early. To prevent this from happening, they need a hobby that will help them cope with this. This is called the Dragon Games. The Duke has chosen sword training as his hobby. His ultimate goal is to take first place and become the best swordsman in the world. The Information Guild of the Alliance of Four States regularly announces the ranking in each of the areas in competitions with people. The dragon does not use its power. It changes its appearance, so people do not even recognize it. Then our heroine remembered that the legend said that the first Duke runs a trading organization. I wonder where it is. When the young man handed the man the contract for the last investment, the little girl was burning with curiosity, but she could not see anything. Another guy added that what can cover the remainder is diamonds, and they should be enough. Seeing the golden dragon sign on the chest, Sophia thought to herself that this could be a symbol of defeat, which signifies a certain failure. In other words, a failure. This is a typical example of how very rich people lose their money due to poor investment. About the Golden Dragon Trading Organization, one expert said that they have a lot of money, but they tend to make strange investments. Despite the fact that they sell magic stones, it does not bring profit. If they had listened to the advice of others even a little, then everything would not have been so sad for them. But the head of the organization still has a lot of money. There are rumors that he may be a dragon. It turns out that this is all true. In front of her stands a man that is a dragon, who even with unsuccessful deals, remains rich. She can't believe that this dragon mark is on display in a prominent place. It looks like he's not even going to hide it. Cherno asked what the status of the bank vault that was opened on behalf of the organization was. The young man replied that it was almost empty. However, if everything worked out this time, then everything would be fine. The head of the family noted that yes, then the reputation of their organization would improve significantly. It was good that they invested in real estate. The baby wondered if they were talking about the incident with the planning of the city of Mutra. It was because of this incident in the past life that the Dragon Trading Organization went bankrupt. This real estate business is a fraud, and there is another person involved. And if the Duke's family goes bankrupt, nothing good will come of it. Our heroine must stop the deal, no matter what it costs her. Meanwhile, the guy was saying that it was possible to conclude a contract. The day of the deal was set for tomorrow, but it would be nice to go today. Lately, many people want to get the neighborhood. It is necessary to hurry. The little girl exclaimed that they should wait. The little one also wanted to go with her grandfather. The head of the family replied that he was very busy and did not have time for this. Our heroine started to get hysterical, saying that she would go with him, and that was that. The butler noted to himself that this was somehow strange. Before this, the lady had never been capricious. Now she grabbed Rem Dragon's leg and said that she would never let him go. Cherno asked if she always clings to people like that. The guy replied that not really, but something had gotten into her today. The young man leaned towards her and asked what she had in mind. The little girl was at a loss at first about what to answer him, but then added that he was handsome, so she wanted to go with him. The young man noted that she really loved beautiful people, which is why she told Ergo that he should marry her and take responsibility for their future. Sophia thought to herself that it was enough to exaggerate. The little one burst into tears and replied that it was not only because she had never had a grandfather and her grandmother hated her, so she thought that this time she had a real grandfather, but he was leaving so quickly. The man coughed and told her not to cry, so she was saying that he was like a grandfather to her. The little girl replied that yes, She really dreamed of a kind, gentle, cool grandfather. The head of the family stated that this child was very unpredictable, after which he asked if she knew where he would go. Then he added that, okay, she could go with him. Let the butler pack Sophie's things. The little one noted to herself that everything would really start upon arrival. She needed to try to prevent this scam. They were driving through Bolin, which means there must be a gate on the road. It all takes a very long time. When they arrived at their destination, the voices of merchants advertising their wares could be heard from all around. The founding of the city of Mutra was indeed a big deal, an incident that took up 2 whole pages in the newspaper, a major fraud, after which Cherno became a laughingstock for all people. Of course, everything was done under the name of the Golden Dragon Trading Organization, so the reputation of the Duke's family was not damaged, but who could have guessed that he was the head? So all these people are now playing a role. The targets of the fraud were mostly elderly people. They were sold plots of land that had no value, but behind flattering words and promises, there was actually a vacant lot. And now, in front of her, stands the grandfather who fell for all this lie. Moreover, this fraud is not at all unusual, because this was a case when the whole city was sold by deception. Cherno's confidant, Noel, met them and said that he was glad to meet the lady. Welcome to Mutra. The head of the family asked if he could inform him again. The guy began to tell that Mutra is a small rural village. It is located approximately 7 hours' drive from the free city of Bolin. It is still a village for now, but soon everything will change because they have discovered a gate there. When the little girl asked what the gate was, the grandfather noted that it was a good opportunity for Sophia. Let the young man tell her it would not be superfluous if she learned about doing business in advance. Free city of Bolin. This is a blessed land that is connected by gates to 3 states. It can be considered the capital of the alliance, which is also a trading center. Therefore, the price of land in this beautiful city is very high. Despite the fact that it is small, there is a constant influx of people and money. Many want to live in the capital, but there is not enough land. Even the most noble people want to buy a house in Bolun. After the gates were opened, their Mutra is planned to be made a residential area that is a small city which is built up with residential buildings. People who work in Bolin or those who cannot afford to buy a house there can live there. In other words, it is a plan for a new city. After the girl exclaimed that he was incredible, she thought to herself that he could have been, if it hadn't all been a lie. The gentleman thanked Noel for explaining everything in simple terms. Then he took our heroine by the hand and suggested that they take a little walk around the village. They walked for a long time and looked at different places and also asked local residents about everything. They met some farmers and talked to them when suddenly they witnessed an incident. A crowd of people stood near the door and were indignant, wondering when they would finally open, since everyone had been waiting since the morning. It was a real estate office, and the man was shouting to see what he had bought. The little one noted that everyone was standing in line. Would Grandpa join it too, since they were all talking about real estate? Noel said that there is no need to worry. Those people want to buy at least some of the remaining plot. The gentleman does not need to stand in line. Cherno noted that this little girl was very interested and began to explain something. There is one nobleman who owns most of these lands. As soon as the gate was discovered, he immediately acquired most of the land in Mutra, even bought a huge vacant lot at the entrance to the village. But he has absolutely no funds to develop the land, so he will sell it to him if he pays more than the original price. When the girl asked his name, the man replied that he thought it was Count Barish. Sophie noted to herself that she knew it was him, the evil fate of her past life. Then the head of the family said that why wait until tomorrow? They could sign the contract right now. The little one realized that something urgently needed to be done and exclaimed that she wanted to eat. The assistant noted that small children usually have an early dinner. Fasting at this age has a negative effect on health. Grandfather first muttered that he had no words, but then said that then they would have a snack first and then get down to business. At the tavern, they were met by a waitress who exclaimed that it was the first time such a nice guest had visited them, so she would prepare a suitable tasty dish. The little girl thanked her, but thought to herself that now was not the time to eat at all. When the little one couldn't start eating because of her thoughts, Cherno asked her if she didn't like it, but she replied that it was very tasty. My head was filled with the fact that I needed to somehow make them understand that this contract was a scam, but I just had to figure out how to do it. Meanwhile, the woman brought drinks for the guys sitting at the next table and said that it was a gift from the establishment for their regular guests who had come from a business trip. Our heroine could not understand whether she was imagining things or whether she had already seen this young man somewhere. Then an idea came into the girl's head, and she suddenly began to cry loudly. The head of the dynasty was frightened and asked what had happened to her, if everything was okay. Our heroine pointed her finger at the young man and declared that the man was a ghost. She was scared, so she needed to leave as soon as possible. This ghost is constantly haunting them. First, he was a farmer, then he stood and got angry at the real estate office, and now he came to this place. She is sure that the guy is a ghost, but she thought to herself that let the grandfather quickly guess that this man is an actor because he is a smart dragon. Cherno asked again if she wanted to say that first he was a farmer, then one of those who made a fuss at the real estate office, and now the one who came from a trip. This is very suspicious. When the young man realized that he was practically exposed, he began to try to quickly run away. The head of the family immediately gave the order for him to be immediately caught and brought to him. 10 minutes later, Dragon stated that indeed he did not recognize him because of his different clothes. However, I noticed that for a farmer, his hands were too neat and smooth. After which, he asked why he changed into different images and followed them. If this guy ran away with him, then it turns out that they are on the same page. Our heroine looked out and reported that there was some kind of strange kitchen here. The man asked, in what sense? After which he realized that hadn't she been crying a few minutes ago? The little girl answered that it was like that, but that's all. But in the kitchen, for some reason, it's very cold. In their kitchen, the cooks are constantly preparing delicious food, so it's always warm there. But in this room, everything is very clean and cold. It's simply amazing. The assistant reported that this was true. He checked, and it turned out that all the kitchen utensils had never been used. Cherno noted that indeed in such an old hotel, no matter how carelessly the cook worked, there should have been soot on the walls, the smell of food, and rusty pots. But here everything is suspiciously clean. It says, the place opened 10 years ago. He can't believe it's such an old cafeteria. After which the young man yelled that they had the nerve to lie to him. Sophie muttered thoughtfully, could it be that all the inhabitants of this village are ghosts? The man replied that he was sure there were a lot of people here who were lying. Weren't there, Noel? But this is not a problem since you can beat the whole truth out of these guys. Let the assistant take the child away. Now there will be something that minors cannot watch. After some time, one of them admitted that to be honest, they were actors. They were sent from the Thieves' Guild. Another added that in the Free City, many do this. They are told to live here for a while and pretend to be locals. Everyone is taught this in the basement of that real estate office they saw earlier. The little girl noted to herself that it seemed like they were new to the guild since they confessed so quickly. A fraudulent scheme that involved settling fake residents, namely actors from the Thieves' Guild, in abandoned villages in order to create the appearance of a lively, successful village. Dragon stated that it is necessary to sort this out and find out what is going on. Our heroine pressed herself against him and said that she also wanted to go with him. The man asked if she knew what he was going to do. The little girl replied that yes, grandfather would go to punish bad people, so she would go with him and protect him. She noted to herself that that swindler was no pushover either, so she couldn't let her grandfather go alone. The assistant muttered that it would not be better if the lady stayed with him at the hotel. He did not think that it would have a positive effect on the child's psyche. Cherno replied that no, he would still take the raccoon with him. No matter how small she was, her merits should not be ignored. After all, it was the little one who suspected something was wrong in this village. Everything will be fine. Sophie has become the child of their family, so she needs to be raised strong. The little girl thought to herself that she was now convinced that they both had Rem Dragon blood running through them. When they approached the door, the little one noted that it was locked. So how would they get in now? The gentleman ordered the assistant to open it. A moment later, the young man picked the lock and said that it took longer than usual. His hands were unaccustomed to such work. Then the grandfather told the little one to follow him, but only quietly. Not even the sound of shoes should be heard. Sophie replied that she would then go barefoot. After some time, Cherno stopped abruptly and said that most likely it was there. The sound was coming from one of the rooms. The clinking of glasses could be heard, and people were making a toast to the successful signing of tomorrow's contract. Then they started chanting their slogan for another such contract. A cheeky smile, a cute but somehow strangely cold face. He ranks 9th in Sophie's death note, Count Barish, but in fact his real name is Felix de Allegro, the second most senior person in the royal family. Her cursed uncle, one of those present, said that he congratulated everyone in advance on the successful completion. But there was one point in this operation that was disappointing. Since this is a real estate transaction scheme, in order to get a large amount, you have to wait for the balance to be paid off. The money turnover is a bit slow. The guy asked them to be patient. No need to rush. The money will come. Eventually, he can't tell you how grateful he is to these fools. One of the guys said that he was right. It was all thanks to them. But nevertheless, this operation was a success, thanks to Mr. Barish. The young man replied that in particular, thanks to a particularly large catch, he had managed to cover a large sum of money that had to be paid to the Thieves' Guild. The little girl noted to herself that he was clearly talking about her grandfather. While those people were shouting that his swindling skills were simply outstanding, the little girl noticed that Cherno was shaking with anger. Then the count said that they could then look at the contracts for the land they had recently sold. Many stupid people had not even realized that it was useless wasteland. Our heroine understood perfectly well the reason for the anger of the head of Rem Dragon. They say that in order to come from a noble family, it is necessary to have at least one vile uncle or aunt. Felix has no equal among the most vile. Real estate fraud, stock price manipulation, even buying and selling contraband. He committed atrocities because he had little money to maintain his dignity and because he felt inferior to others. In a word, he is a truly immoral person. In a couple of years, he will commit even more serious operations fraud with investments in government projects. This is the incident where her father foolishly promised to guarantee the wrong investment goods on behalf of the people, thereby sending the lives of ordinary people into complete ruin. The one to blame for all this was none other than the young man who was our heroine's uncle. In her past life, she was in prison and couldn't do anything, but now she can't stand by and watch innocent people suffer. People like him deserve to be punished to the fullest extent. The guy probably couldn't even imagine that the person he wanted to rob turned out to be a dragon. While the man was listening to all this chatter, he accidentally glanced at the little girl. From just one look at her, it was clear that she really wanted her grandfather to punish this swindler. So he went into the room and asked if the young man was tired of playing the swindler. The guy asked why such a noble man came to this wretched place, because the date of signing the contract was tomorrow. Cherno stated that he was indeed simply shameless. Now that Cherno knows the whole truth, let him cast aside this pretense. The guy stated that he understood everything he came because he wanted to pay the rest right away, how urgently he needed to get to those lands. The young man was so shocked at first that he thought his heart would just stop. The man hissed that that was enough. He wanted to talk about the actors he had placed there. The count said that they had been sent from the Bullen Thieves' Guild. Let him explain what kind of business he was doing. Barish exclaimed, "What does he mean? The guy is just trying to facilitate a land deal. If he had offered him something he did not have, that would have been a lie." But the young man never lied to him. These documents indicated that the owner of the land was indeed the young man. Felix continued that there was no doubt that he was the owner of these lands, and was it not natural that then Cherno, as the owner, would want to develop this land and turn it into a city? The young man just wanted to help him achieve this finished result as quickly as possible. Placing people, there was a preview of a living city. Is there anything bad about that? Our heroine thought to herself that this was as shameless as it could possibly be. The guy asked if he had said anything wrong that gates had been discovered in this city. It was true, he had seen them himself. Or maybe he changed his mind and is trying to cancel the transaction because of such an insignificant thing. If he wants to do so, then it will be problematic. The young man will not be able to return the initial payment to him. The little one thought to herself that this swindler was true to himself. Her position in her past life was the scapegoat of the royal family of Allegro. Everyone despised and ignored her, calling her a cursed child. But her uncle was different from the others. Felix came to her and said that his niece had worked hard today. For her, who had lived her whole life in ignorance, he was the first adult who showed warmth. And she, like a fool, believed it. The reason why scammers show good intentions towards people is because they only have in mind that this person can be used. At that time, the little girl did not know this, but even from such a swindler, Vego refused when he became useless, because for him, except for his sons, no one is important. But of course, Uncle was not one to back down so easily. The young man tricked our heroine into revealing the password to the Vego safe and ran away with his money. Sophie was expecting a severe punishment from her angry father. She was not fed for a week and was very hungry. There was no encouragement. According to rumors, a young man bought himself an island and lived for some time as if in paradise. Nevertheless, let him be grateful that he only took 9th place in her death. Note there are people worse than him. Perhaps he would have lived peacefully in this life if he had not met her. Then she went to her grandfather and said that it would be okay if he invested more money, since the gates were very, very good. The man asked why she suddenly spoke like that, what was going on in this child's head. The little one explained that this was good. The people from their house would also live there. Everyone would gather and pass through them together. But how many people were there in total? 100 or 1,000? The head of the family muttered that he had no idea what she was talking about. Now the guy explained that sometimes children ask such sudden meaningless questions, but still let her answer it. If you count the servants and soldiers, there are about 200 or 300 of them, and the total number of people is even more. When the little girl stated that she had many family members and asked if they could go through this gate together, the boy was very confused. As expected, her memories were correct. There is a limit to the number of people that can pass through this gate per day, as it is unfinished. It is true that the ancient dragon created them, so perhaps grandfather believed him. But for some reason they were not completed. They were of little use, so they were sealed for a long time. Uncle tried to finish them, but will it work? In the past, the Golden Dragon Trading Company bought a lot of land around them, but later found out that their capacity was only 100 people per day. When this fact became known, the company experienced great difficulties. It even went bankrupt due to bad credit history, so it is definitely necessary to stop this deal. Noel explained that there was no time to study the efficiency of the gate in detail. The Count urged him to buy the land as soon as possible and said that otherwise big problems could arise. The man grabbed his head and said that he was confident in the ancient dragon's technology. It was his fault that he didn't check it properly. If he had been more attentive, he would have examined everything in detail. The little one exclaimed that everything was fine. Grandpa was doing great. If he thought a little, he would immediately understand everything. But she noted to herself that since he was a dragon, he probably knew about magic tools. After which, she suggested going together to check how many people would be able to pass through these gates. Rem Dragon stated that looking at his facial expressions, it was immediately clear that he was deceiving him. The assistant immediately grabbed him by the hands, and the Count shouted that how dare they arrest him as they please. The head of the family ordered that the carriage be prepared immediately, since he had to go and see these gates with his own eyes. After some time, the guy reported that after checking the problem with the capacity of people, all the accomplices were taken into custody, as the master ordered. The man said that Barish must now return the initial payment. But as they had heard earlier, the youth said that all that money had been paid to the Thieves' Guild. How did he now plan to return it? The young man muttered that if he were given a little time, perhaps he would succeed. Our heroine exclaimed that there was no need to worry, there was a person who could return this money for him. After which, she turned to her uncle and asked why he was pretending not to know her, when he understood perfectly well who she was. She thought to herself that it couldn't be that this cunning swindler didn't recognize her. The guy was aware of her existence, even in this life. White hair, ruby red eyes. It was obvious who she was. He had even heard the news that an escaped rat had infiltrated the Remdragon Duchy. The young man grinned and replied that this was all becoming very funny. After which he screamed loudly and began to try to run away, saying that he knew nothing, but Cherno told him that now these attempts were useless. When the assistant ran after him and managed to grab him by the scruff of the neck, some strange fog appeared. Our heroine did not understand what it was, what this strange colored smoke was. The young man shouted that it was a trap and that everyone should evacuate immediately. People appeared in the room and shouted that it was necessary to save the count. Kofil noted to herself that it seemed that these were the actors who had been in the city earlier. Uncle managed to send them a signal, and this smoke looks like a magical tear gas reagent. After which the little girl felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Suddenly, the girl began to see some light. It felt as if she was floating in the air. Remdragon picked her up in his arms and said that everything will be fine now, raccoon. The count exclaimed that it was simply impossible. How could the smoke gradually disappear? The man became completely furious and asked if he was ready to suffer the deserved punishment for causing tears in the eyes of a child from his family. A moment later, something suddenly exploded behind the young man. The young man thought to himself, that wasn't there just too much dragon energy. If he did something wrong, he could really die, so he needed to run. The assistant's voice immediately came over his ear, asking if he was really going to try to escape again. After this, Cherno turned to the little one and told him to watch carefully what would happen to anyone who offended the child of his family. After some time, shrill cries began to be heard from the room. Begging for help, the girl asked if it was okay to do this to him. Noel replied that there was no need to worry, it did not contradict the peace agreement. Our heroine clarified that it turns out the main thing is that he doesn't die, or something like that. The young man replied that she was right. The gentleman was one of those who knew ways to torture people without bringing them to death, but sometimes half of them still did not survive. The little girl screamed that this could not be allowed and ran towards the door. The guy warned her to be careful. The little one immediately said that the grandfather must be careful not to kill this man, no matter how angry he was, and not to cause too much harm. The swindler was delighted and thought to himself that she was really saying this because he was her uncle. But Sophie said that first he needed to get back the money he had spent, and if this man died, he would never see it again. I thought to myself that his forgiveness could only be completed after receiving the money. In no case should I believe his words. Her uncle had previously told her that any situation could be turned to advantage, so she would repay him with the same method he had taught her. Then she handed her grandfather a note and said that she found it on the floor. There was an address and a signature that they should be contacted if money was urgently needed. There were contacts of loan sharks. The little one added that you can call these people. The uncle will borrow money from them and return it to him. This is a private credit company. They say that their influence is very large throughout the continent. Especially, this place is famous for the fact that they will return the money by any means if the debtor does not pay by the end of the term. Remdragon stated that it turns out that they are extending a helping hand, but they are doing badly if you do not pay on time. The limbs of this count are intact. He should go as collateral. Our heroine muttered that the contract said something about a penalty. What is that anyway? The man explained in simple terms, so that she would understand that if promises made during a transaction are not kept, the person who broke it must pay the other party money. Sophia exclaimed that she understood everything article paragraph of the law on real estate transactions. According to the decree in the free cities, if the transaction does not take place due to negligence on the part of the seller, a penalty is due. That is double compensation, so the count must return the initial payment to him in double the amount. She once read this in some book. The man laughed loudly and noted that the little girl was indeed very funny and smart. After which he turned to his assistant and said that there was no need to rush to call the loan sharks, before that he needed to get something from him. Then he began to list all the demands, starting from a receipt for the renunciation of the body and ending with an agreement on the transfer of land. Our heroine thought to herself that the dragon really is very scary when angry. Thus, the Golden Dragon Company was able to seize lands near the Bullen Trading District and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, the girl woke up in the hotel, as it was very late, so she had to check in there. The little one thought to herself that taking a bath after being punished for bad deeds was a thrill. When she got home, she needed to cross out number 9 from her death note. Then, a woman looked in and asked if she needed help washing herself. The little girl noted to herself that she had heard that Noel's wife was due to arrive. She was very surprised to learn that he also had 2 daughters. After a while, the lady asked if she liked it. There, Sophia answered that she liked it very much. The room was so big and all shiny compared to their house. It was very cool. The woman whispered whether she knew that this was the most expensive hotel in this city, a 5-star one. Our heroine noted to herself that this hotel is so cool because the expensive rich grandfather is simply the best. The guy reported that he sent a telegram to the duchy saying that she would be back in a couple of days, but there was a small problem. He received a reply saying that Barry was very angry. The girls were hysterical about who would take care of the young lady she needed to read a collection of stories at night so she could fall asleep, and she also needed to drink warm cocoa. The woman asked why the assistant was so worried when she was there. The young man added that the maid would be very disappointed if she heard these words. Our heroine looked at them from the side and thought that they were a very good couple. In any case, the little one successfully prevented the fraud and now feels a huge sense of relief. The head of the Remdragon family suddenly appeared, dragging a huge number of gifts with him. The man said that he was just passing by the shop and remembered the raccoon, so he bought all this. The little girl muttered that everything starting with the packaging was very beautiful. Cherno said that this is all nonsense. He can buy her 100, no, even 1,000 of these. The girl replied that she didn't need 1,000, that was enough for her, because these were gifts from her grandfather. The head of the family told Noel that she now understood the reason why he bragged so much when he gave his daughters something. Then he turned to the little one and said that in any case, her contribution was great in this matter, so thank you very much. Sophia thought to herself that this was the first time she had received such a compliment. It was too late to act stupid and childish, so she replied that she was a genius and simply did the obvious. When there was a deathly silence, our heroine began to panic. What kind of reaction was this? Wouldn't this answer be appropriate? Should someone at least say something? Suddenly, Cherno said that she was right. He heard that Elton was constantly talking about the girl being a child prodigy. Even he himself thought that she was very gifted. And the new child in their family, Remdragon, is exactly what it should be. After some time, they came to an elite restaurant of the Free City, which the little girl had only heard about. Grandpa said that if the little girl wanted anything else, she should just say so, and he would order as much as she wanted. Sophia asked why he hadn't even touched his food and why his expression was somehow sad. The man replied that it was impossible to hide anything from her. He was thinking about a recent incident. The swindler was caught, and everything ended well. But this was not the first time he was deceived like that. He'd probably be better off just leaving the business before things get too bad. The little girl was taken aback by the fact that the great dragon, the first duke, had lost his confidence. What a sudden turn. Then she asked if he wanted to know her opinion about how she uncovered the recent fraud. Grandfather clarified that didn't she say that she found out because she was a genius. Sophie thought to herself that it was very cringeworthy to hear such things from other people's lips. Then she replied that true, but there is something else. The reason why he is often deceived is because he is very kind. In fact, she is not a genius. If there was a defect in the gate, he would have noticed it immediately, because if they were in good condition, would the mayor of Bolin have left everything as it was? The head of the family asked if she was talking about Morohan, who runs the city by proxy. This man is full of greed. When the man stated that according to her, he had been deceived because he had been too kind and had not suspected anything, his facial expression changed slightly. Our heroine asked him not to be upset, but she thought to herself that he simply did not understand something. The egoism of people to use everyone and everything to the very end, even if it means someone's death, and risking everything for their own benefit. Human greed to retain power at any cost. Grandfather is a dragon, a creature that is alien to us by nature. People sometimes commit unthinkable acts because of their disgusting egoism. That is why the golden dragon failed. She then began to explain to the man that people are different from dragons. Predators hunt and eat prey only when necessary, but people are not like that. No matter how well fed they are, they will never stop hunting. This is human greed. As soon as Sophie asked if he understood everything, Cherno pulled her cheeks and exclaimed that she was not only a prodigy, but also very knowledgeable about this world. After which, he added that there was one more thing he would like to ask her about. The little girl replied that he could ask about anything. A man asked if kindness was his only weakness. What could he do to correct this deficiency? The little girl was surprised that he was asking her for advice. Usually people of such a high status do not like moralizing from a person of a lower status or younger age. But the grandfather was waiting for her answer with eyes full of hope. Then she replied that she once read in a book that it is normal for a person who heads a company not to have omnipotent abilities, but he must be prudent in hiring talented advisors. Upon hearing about the need to have a trustworthy assistant, Cherno said he had one more question for her. The land for which he was tricked into signing a contract, how would she dispose of it? He checked. There is a useless wilderness there. I wonder if it would be a good idea to sell it at a low price. Now, if a buyer could be found, he would return his down payment, as she would do in his place. Our heroine jumped up from her chair and exclaimed that this was simply unacceptable. There was no need to do this. Grandfather asked why, since it was useless land. Sophie replied that it was worth it, and it would bring him money. Let Rem Dragon just trust her. The baby knows how to make money off of her. Then our heroine began to whisper in his ear the plan that had appeared in her head. When the man stated that everything had already been decided, the little girl begged him to believe her, at least once, because it would definitely bring money. Let him just at least listen to her. Cherno ordered Noel to immediately send a message to the duchy, because it was about the fate of the raccoon. The girl thought to herself that it seemed she had annoyed her grandfather too much. But when the assistant asked if he wanted to ask for the young lady to be taken away, the head of the family replied that no, let him say that the little one was staying with him and would help him let them be aware of the matter. The young man replied that he could already imagine how shocked Mrs. Barry would be. After some time, the man sat in his mansion where he stayed when he came to this town and thought about the fact that there was a recreation area that could accommodate only 100 people. Our heroine advised him to build an amusement park on this site. Just imagine, he will be the first in the world to build such a big amusement park. Isn't that cool? The head of the family replied that there was no harm in dreaming. Of course, but to build such a large park, huge investments would be required. She must understand that business is not a joke. You can't make mistakes. But the girl objected that first let him listen to her construction plan, where a huge flower garden could be created. There are also a large number of sparkling attractions that will not go out either day or night, plus luxury hotels and shopping malls that will attract visitors. Finally, a pastry shop that will need to be built without deviating from its standard. Cherno replied that this is great as expected from a raccoon. The pastry shop, thanks to its style, will attract a lot of attention, but this land is still worthless. The gates let in and out only 100 people a day, which is very little. They will still hit the limit. Also, because of this feature, the construction process will cost them a pretty penny. Combining all these factors, we can understand that there will be no payback, which is why this plan is useless. Our heroine objected that no, it would be heaven on earth, where only 100 people could enter daily. This would be their advantage and would create excitement. After some time, the assistant said that he had listened carefully and made sketches, but still he was very surprised that the young lady had come up with something like this. The idea was really good. The little girl accidentally overheard their conversation. And after saying that, as soon as this plan came into her head, she thought to herself that she was just a liar from the future. Anyway, thanks to the quick work of Cherno and Noel, after that things went as they should. However, our heroine was still bothered by the mayor of Balin, Morohan. The man was surprised by the company of the Golden Dragon. Isn't this a money laundering place? They have magic stones of pretty good quality, but they don't sell them on a large scale. Besides, they never showed good results. A company that is too greedy for money, but they have made an offer of cooperation. What is their motive? He was interested in what they would ask for, but it was completely funny. The guy asked what seemed funny to him. Was there something not clearly written in the contract? When the young man personally looked at the papers, he said that he could not believe that the company was going to build such a big amusement park in this place. It was truly a stupid plan. The mayor agreed that this was absurd, but why then write out detailed details about cooperation? And this is gold. Why offer them such cooperation according to a plan that will ultimately fail? Although it is a bit alarming, why not believe in their plan? Bolun is a free economic city that promises to cooperate with the city of Motra in the plan to create a recreation area. After some time, the little girl asked whether the grandfather had contacted the mayor, as she had asked him to. Cherno answered that he had, but he still could not understand why they would ask him for cooperation. The baby thought to herself that this was necessary because there was information that only she had. In a few years, Morahan and Vego would become partners. Afterwards, Allegro and Balin will start doing business together. Naturally, this will affect other families as well. In such a situation, the greedy mayor will sense that the Golden Dragon's business has potential, and the answer is obvious. But now that he has been bribed, he will not be able to resist business. They have just nipped the problem in the bud. So they got down to business with the plan, the little one saying that there should be some really scary rides, and Grandpa suggesting that they all ride the Vivern. Thus, the month flew by unnoticed, and the man said that the little girl could not even imagine how much she had helped him out. Alone, he would have done this for a very long time. Today, he was informed that the builders had already begun preparing the area. The girl exclaimed that it turned out that the park would soon be ready. Cherno replied that they would hope that the guys would finish quickly. Our heroine was very interested in whether he would be the way she imagined him. A little later, her grandfather put her in the carriage and wished her a good journey, saying that he would visit her in a few days. Now the little girl was already returning to the duchy. After a whole month of absence, she didn't think that it would take so much time. As soon as she arrived at the estate, the maids immediately ran out to greet her. The maids said that they missed her very much while she was away. Bari exclaimed that she could really hear that warm baby smell. Was it true that this was not a dream? Our heroine rushed to hug her, saying that she also missed her very much. The girl noted that she felt like she had grown a lot in just 1 month. The little one replied that it was because of her difficult life that she had aged a little. Then the voices of the knights were heard exclaiming that their young lady had finally returned. They had prepared a cake for her. Moreover, the young people baked it themselves last night, especially for her. The butler appeared next and said that he was also very glad to see her. Then he added that everyone was waiting for her very much. People in the mansion were on edge, saying that they missed her, so she returned just in time. The little girl thought to herself that she felt strange, as if she had found a real family. She was finally home. On the way, Barry asked how the trip with the gentleman had gone. She received news that the little one had stopped for a while in Ballin and thought she would faint from this news. She is usually not so impulsive. It seems that Cherno really liked the girl, after which she began to ask if everything was okay with her, if anything hurt, if she had eaten well at all. The little girl answered that everything was completely fine. The maid replied that she was very glad that she had lived well while the baby was away. The duchy resembled a haunted mansion. But still, what prevented her from returning earlier? The girl became even more worried because the gentleman did not say the reason. Sophie replied that her grandfather asked her to help with the business, so she followed him diligently and decided to leave out the story about her uncle since it could cause a stir. Mary exclaimed, "Let him tell her whether she had been keeping to her daily snack Norm, who gave her warm milk at p.m. anyway. Did she put her to bed on time for lunch? Did that nanny take good care of her?" Our heroine thought to herself that she was actually so busy that she didn't sleep at lunch every day, but she thought that a lie for the good does not count, and answered that everything was fine. Malton was doing anyway. The books on raising a child say that health is the top priority. The baby replied that she was well taken care of, and there was no reason to worry. The assistant was upset. What she wanted to say was that she was doing fine without her care. The girl tried to object, but the maid asked in an offended tone that maybe the rice there was tasty too. Our heroine realized that it was necessary to urgently correct the situation and said that without them she felt a little lonely. The maids immediately melted and said that they had a surprise for her, after which they added that they were sure that she would like him, and dragged her somewhere with them. The little girl saw window frames made of cookies, a door handle made of chocolate. It was a real edible confectionery. It was the first time she had seen something like this in real life, not in a fairy tale book. Could it be that her dream had come true? Barry said that she was very glad that she liked the gift. She is sure that Cherno will be happy too. Having already started eating the cookies, the little one asked if it was a gift from her grandfather. Mary replied that yes, the gentleman had prepared it according to the date of her arrival. Sophie was very surprised that her grandfather was so attentive and remembered her words. When he returns, the little one must thank him in return. Then she thought that perhaps she should let others try a piece from this wonderful confectionery. Then it dawned on her that she had no friends except one, but the little girl did not think that this child considered her his friend. Suddenly, a maid burst into the room and exclaimed that they had a problem. Mr. Ergo had had an attack. His condition is constantly worsening. She doesn't think Elton can cope alone. Our heroine asked whether he was feeling unwell again and whether he was in a lot of pain. Mary explained that this is a chronic disease. If in normal children, the pain when growing is not so strong, then in him it is very strong. However, there have been no attacks for a long time, but in recent days, he has been in a slightly bad condition. Everyone is worried about him. Until the symptoms of his attacks subside, she will most likely remain in her room. Let the young lady continue to do what she normally does. Half-dragons grow up in great pain, so there is no need to worry too much. They will try to return as soon as possible. But our heroine could not help but worry, since the younger Duke was clearly very ill. A few days later, grandfather finally returned to the estate. The man asked if she was still happy to see him. After so many days, the girl replied that she was, and that she missed him very much. The little girl added that Elton said that when the Duke leaves, there are cases where he does not return for years, so she was afraid that he would not come. But the butler thought to himself that the young lady was twisting him around her finger. Rem Dragon. He glared at the young man, showing with his whole appearance that this was unnecessary information for a child, after which he replied that he had returned quickly and safely. He had something to tell her, so he needed to drink some tea. After some time, the baby wondered what he was going to tell her and why he was taking so long. What should she do? Ask first, or just wait? Then she thanked him for making the pastry for her. Sophia was very happy with such a gift. The man replied that it was a great happiness that she liked him. However, as the raccoon said, he believes that he needs an advisor. When he thought about it, he realized that this was the right decision. There must be someone who would continue to give him advice, staying close. The little girl exclaimed that she was glad that her advice was useful. If you look in the right direction, there are many such people, and he can also get good advice first. The head of the family replied that that is why he chose the right person, as she thinks who exactly it is. Rem Dragon then added that it was the man sitting directly across from him. Our heroine began to look around and ask where, because there was no one else around. After which it dawned on her that the man meant her. Cherno laughed and said that it was her. Who else could be better suited for this role than her? Therefore, he would like to appoint the girl as an advisor to his Golden Dragon company. Of course, he will pay her a salary. The little one thought to herself that she would be able to earn money, and then she would save enough to feed herself. Even after the divorce, she could already smell that money. Then she remembered something from the day of the royal family's visit to Allegro. The little girl asked the Archduke if she could take one of the books that was lying on the nightstand. The young man replied that thanks to her, he did not give those people a dowry, so let her do what she wants. It seems on the contrary, the guy took from them the most valuable thing. Most likely, the young man did not know what kind of book it was. It was a relic of the Queen of the White Elves, which would be of great value in the future. So if anything happens, she can sell it. Plus, she will save money from her salary, and then she won't die of hunger. Rem Dragon then took out an envelope and handed it to her, saying that it was her business card. It said, "Official advisor to the Golden Dragon, Sofiel D'Allegro." Looking at the seal, our heroine asked what she should do with it. When the head of the family told her to just press it on the paper, an image of a raccoon appeared. Let her from now on put this seal on everything that she will consider. Then they will all remain as her achievements and merits. In her past life, she was locked in a dungeon and used to learn about corruption and finances by forcing her to write about it. There was no proper treatment or reward because she was only an instrument that did what she was told. At this point, the girl will be a full-fledged and valuable employee, after which she asked if it was true that she would receive a salary. The grandfather replied that of course they would also sign an employment contract. When Cherno added that the salary would be 1 silver coin per month, the little girl thought to herself that this was less than she had expected. She will need to buy very small quantities of treats to save money. But if you think about it, what she eats during the day is steaming freshly baked buns. The chef's new creation is a chocolate pudding that is soft and smooth and just melts in your mouth. It turns out that Sophia eats too much. If you subtract her expenses from her salary, then even if she earns a lot in the end, there would be nothing left. But never mind, she will save up and spend it on food. When she gets out of there, she also has other plans besides the salary, which she did not expect at all. In this life, it is very important to have a patron. If she has such an influential person as a grandfather on her side, then it will definitely be useful at any time. Even if she divorces Ergo in the future, he cannot completely abandon her. When her silence went on for too long, the man asked what was wrong. Did she really not want to work for his company? The little girl replied that she was simply thinking about something of her own, after which she replied that she would gladly accept his offer. The next question from the head of the family was whether she was satisfied with her salary. Our heroine noted to herself that he was very smart. Then she replied that it was a little small, but okay, since it was his request, she would be happy to help him. The most important thing for her was her grandfather's trust, because they were family. Suddenly, the man laughed loudly and replied that she was right. They would soon become one family, but the little girl did not understand why he was laughing at her. In any case, let her not worry when the baby becomes an adult. He will take care of her fate. She knows that dragons never break their promise. Sophia made him promise to give her 10 silver coins at that time, and Cherno replied that it was good. After that, he and his grandfather talked about business, chatting until late at night, not noticing the time, until Mary said that it was time for the young lady to go to bed. When the maid said that she would give her some pudding if she went with her, the girl replied that she was lying and would put her to bed. The girl noted that she was very smart and said that well-behaved children should say goodbye first. So the little girl bowed and said that today was fun, with Grandma Rem Dragon was surprised by what she called him. When the little one left, the butler said that the master was also head over heels in love with the young lady. She was a person with a special talent. The head of the family agreed that she was special and then asked what Ergo's condition was. Elton replied that he had had a second attack after all. Even the younger Duke could not avoid it. Cherno replied that all this time he and Daihan had been controlling the disease, but now this method also seemed to have its limits. There's nothing to be done about it, but everything will be fine when he grows up, and they'll live there together. In God's world, where there is neither pain nor death, Ergo's disease will also pass. After which he clarified whether Elton had settled everything that he had instructed him to do in advance. Cherno's plan was to open a bank account in Sophia's name and deposit her real salary into it every month. And when the raccoon became an adult, she would have so much money in the account that she would be able to buy cakes until she died. The butler replied that he could not tell him about it right away. The moment kept slipping away, but on the instructions of the Duke Daihan, a trust account had already been opened in her name. The man was surprised that this had already been taken care of and decided to take a look at the baby's first savings in life. It seemed that this amount was approximately equal to the city's annual budget. The boy explained that this was money taken from the royal family by Allegro. He ordered that part of the money be left for pocket expenses so that it could be used at any time, and the rest put into an account as a dowry. Grandfather started to get angry that it was possible to give so much money to a child. He couldn't stand it. His head would just explode. The young man tried to calm him down and began to say that he would somehow settle this amount. But Cherno exclaimed that he actually wanted to give her her first pocket money. Daihan is so impatient. The butler explained that it seems that the Archduke loves the young lady very much. Perhaps he did not want to offend his feelings. But Remdragon did not calm down and ordered him to double this amount of money and put it into the girl's account. From that day on, the little girl was the richest person in the Union of Kingdoms. But when she fell asleep, she thought that her salary was small and that she would have to sell the book a little later. The duchy began looking for a tutor for her education, but it took a long time. Perhaps the procedure was complicated. So, until an official mentor is appointed, Elton becomes her teacher. When the boy asked her if she knew what was written on the board, the little girl thought to herself that she knew almost everything, and this was more of a repetition. After which, she decided to ask him one question. The young man said that she could ask him anything. Our heroine asked under what conditions one can become a wizard. From a very early age, she discovered that she had a special constitution. Externally, she was like a mutant, like a demon. But she has more magical and anti-magic power than an ordinary person. This still does not mean that she can become a magician. The guy replied that becoming a magician is a very difficult task. There are very few of them at present, and to become one, you first need to learn how to use magical power. This can be expressed as opening a door, meaning that the idea is to manipulate magical power at will. But unfortunately, he cannot explain how and with what one can open this very door, because nothing specific is known. It is necessary to have magical powers from birth. Even if you just have talent, all the mana will simply be sucked out and the person will quickly die. The baby thought to herself that in Allegro there was also such a person. The talent of a magician was revealed, but due to the lack of magical power, in the end he did not shine. It was Huron, the third prince of the kingdom. In her past life, her father locked her in a lab before killing her. It must have been an attempt to suck out her magical power and pass it on to her son. Elton continued that in any case, becoming a magician is indeed a rarity. Looking at her, you can immediately tell that the girl has absolutely no opportunity to develop her talent. Our heroine objected that in fact, she was from a family of magicians, but the young man replied that this did not affect her in any way. The descendants of mage families were more likely to develop talents than ordinary people. But if she was destined to become a mage, then he and the other members of the duchy would notice it first. When a person manifests as a magician, the feeling of magical power changes. Sophie thought to herself, okay, a member of the Duke's family. But how does the butler know about all this? Who is he after all? In fact, her family is blood related to the mages, but now it is on the verge of collapse, so there is nothing to expect from them. Then the little girl said that she wanted to know more about Remdragon, the history, or something. Because she was a bookworm, in her past life, she knew the entire history of the lineage of the four monarchs. But now, having read the history books, he thinks that they removed all the mistakes made and wrote a new one since the content was narrated from the Allegro position. The guy began to tell that a long time ago, 8 ancient dragons lived in the human world. They built a nest there before the civilization of this land began to develop and passed on knowledge to humanity. But one day, with the birth of the dragon Queenerie, the history of this continent, where 4 monarchs united, began to be rewritten. At that time, Schweinery fell in love with the queen of the elven tribe. Thus, after the connection between them, the world's first half-dragon was born. And this half-dragon is none other than Mr. Cherno de Remdragon. Elton will then tell the story after the birth of a man. The little girl thought to herself that it was very surprising to hear something like that, which she had only read in history books. The boy continued that at that time the most powerful race on this earth were demons. They and dragons are said to be known for not getting along with each other. The young lady had probably heard something like that at least once. Long ago, there was a time when demons greatly troubled people, but the dragons had no choice but to watch the situation unfold. Because of the causality, since dragons are godlike beings, that is why they cannot carelessly interfere with world history. The Lord is a half-dragon with human blood, since his mother was half-elf. The man wanted to help people in response. The ancient dragons made the Lord an offer in order to achieve what he wants. Cherno must become a part of this land, so first he needs to make sure that people will accept him. Remdragon, in order to become a member of the human race, and in order to found the present Archduchy, made a promise to the people. He promised them to free the land from demons, but for people the Lord with the blood of a dragon could also be perceived as a terrifying creature. Therefore, a peace agreement was made, from a promise not to invade other countries of the Kingdom Alliance, to a marriage between a direct descendant of Remdragon and a descendant of the current 3 monarchs. Thanks to the initiative of Mr. Cherno, the demons retreated into the land of the abyss. The little girl replied that she knew that her grandfather and 3 other monarchs, who had taken an active part in that war, had united to rule this land together. The butler was surprised how she understood all this so quickly, because he only tells, and she picks it up on the fly. Sophie replied that she simply put forward an assumption. The young man stated that she was a genius. After all, the little one thought to herself that in her past life she was scolded for everything she did, but here she receives praise as soon as she sighs. The butler asked if there was anyone who told her that she should not become a scientist. The gentleman said that he would like her to go into business, but the most important thing is that what the girl wants, whoever she wants to become, that is what she will become. It is entirely her choice. Until now, the little girl had never thought about what she wanted to become. All she dreamed about was eating a lot of sweets. All she wanted was to have a beautiful toy. However, there is a possibility that she too will be able to become someone cool someday. Sometime later, when our heroine was going to bed, she saw a piggy bank on her bed. Cherno asked if she didn't look funny. As soon as he saw her, he immediately thought of her and bought her. Sophie noted to herself that she really did look funny. But he probably bought her in an expensive store. Her eyes sparkled so much as if they were real. They were rubies or something, although it couldn't be a real jewel. The little girl asked how many silver coins she needed to save to pay for her education. Barry asked if she wanted to go to academy. The little one replied that they say that you can easily get a job if you get an education. She thought to herself that all the people from Allegro who bullied her were academy graduates. They had the same status, so if they could do it, then she could certainly do it too. The maid remarked that she was simply amazing and was already starting to worry about finding a job. Let her simply collect step by step and gradually collect enough for the training she needs. As she fell asleep, Sophie thought about how many thanks she owed to her grandfather for giving her a future, for creating the tomorrow she was looking forward to. The maid took the piggy bank and said that it was clearly uncomfortable to hold, so let him sleep and she would put it next to him. As she left, Barry thought about what she hadn't told her because it seemed like the time hadn't come yet. But in reality, this piggy bank was worth much more than tuition. The next day, Cherno asked if she had already completed everything. The girl answered that yes, and asked if she would have to do everything like this every day. It was not difficult, but just interesting. The man explained that if she put her seal, it would mean that she was an advisor to the Golden Dragon, and that she participated in this project. Time will pass, and everything will disappear, but the record of them being together will remain forever. Isn't that fun? Our heroine muttered that yes, she enjoyed putting seals. Elton noted to himself that the gentleman was a liar among the jobs performed at the gentleman's enterprise. Those with the raccoon seal meant that % of the profits would be given to the young lady after she became an adult. A beautiful construction borrowed from a genius idea of a little girl and the power of a dragon. The Golden Dragon Amusement Park project will be a huge success. This is almost a confirmed fact. It is impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. Perhaps all this was done in order to make the young lady rich. Meanwhile, the girl noticed the newspaper and asked what the article was. The grandfather immediately said that he just took it by accident. It was not important, so let him leave it aside. But our heroine still picked it up and saw that there was an article about the Allegro family. The young man ran into the throne room and loudly asked if he was really going to send him into exile. The Count understands that his property was confiscated because this incident was covered in the news. But doesn't he think that the link is too harsh? Vego exclaimed. Who allowed him to come here at all? He doesn't want to see him. Let someone remove him immediately. The guard's sharp sword was immediately placed against the young man's neck. The king hissed that he seemed to have forgotten who had taken care to hush up the incident. He had been foolish to give such a man a chance. Brother started babbling about the Golden Dragon Company and trying to explain something. Approaching him, the young man exclaimed that she had made them bankrupt. What was he going to do about it anyway? Philox replied that it was the people from Remragan. He knows that his brother considers them an eyesore, so he was going to take care of those damn dragons himself. He thought to himself that in fact, if he had known, he would never have approached them. But he needed to come up with something. Vego asked why he was saying such big words after everything that had already happened. The Count added that his brother could not do this to him. He had the information he needed. Next to them was a girl with white hair and red eyes. It is clear that the monster that was imprisoned by them is determined to destroy their family with dragons behind his back. It is necessary to deal with this little one. The king muttered that whatever the prophecy, she should have been killed from the very beginning. The young man asked if he now believed his words. This little trash interfered and spoiled all his work. The guy smiled and replied that of course he trusted him from the very beginning. However, since the situation is not very good, now it is better for him to keep quiet. Vego will definitely avenge him. Let him take care of everything else. And for now, pretend to hide in the tower. After a while, the king said that he hoped that they had dealt with him quietly before arriving at the tower. The servant replied that it was done, as he had ordered. The boy added that after all, he had been an obedient fellow, and it was a great pity. Then the young man muttered, "What to do with Sophie? It will be difficult to remove her. She is so similar to her rebellious and assertive." Unfortunately, the girl said only the right things. She was a very annoying woman, but her daughter is now in the care of Remdragon. How dare she stick her neck out? Father must kill her at any cost. After which he gave orders to do everything possible to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. If necessary, let them spread false rumors. There is no point in informing other lords that that family is active. Why did that girl sneak into Remrigan? It may be hard to get to her now, but he won't let her go just like that. Time passed as quickly as water, and the cold winter had already arrived. The maids exclaimed that she would catch a cold if she walked around in such clothes. It was very cold now, the little one asked, if that was why they had run all the way to dress her. The girl went out because she heard the noise of a carriage, but it turned out that this was not so. 6 months had passed since the beginning of the construction of the amusement park. When the maid asked if she was waiting for Archduke Daihan, the little girl replied that she was right. Sophie was waiting for him. The man went out to inspect the area, said that after that he would go and do his hobby. He once mentioned that it was sword training. The girl hopes that he is having a lot of fun. Then she asked, what about Ergo, how he was feeling? Bari replied that Elton said that he was still sleeping. The little one wondered if he was a sleeping prince or something. Although no, he looked more like the crazy guy from Sleeping Beauty. The boy can't even imagine how worried she is. But that's it. She won't think about him anymore. She's very good without him. The little girl received private lessons from Elton, ate well, played in the garden every day, slept as much as she wanted. While she lived such days, it was reported that the construction of the amusement park was completed. Cherno noted that she had a suspicious look on her face because everything ended so quickly. In fact, he used a little magic, although there was none originally, and hired those familiar with the construction techniques of the dwarves, and they also received help from the mixed races belonging to their archduchy. The little one wondered if this was really the technology of that race that had left this world so long ago that there were almost no records left about them. The girl thought that it would take at least 3 years, but as expected from her grandfather, everything ended faster. He then added that as the Golden Dragon's advisor, there was something she needed to do, which was the report on the promotion plan written by Noel. He wondered if she had any further comments. Sophie noted to herself that it was not bad, but something was missing. She thinks that a more provocative way can be thought of to spice things up. Now that the wonderful amusement park has been built, the main thing is how to advertise it. In other words, how to make people want to visit it. It was high time to use what she had learned in her past life, when she was very interested in the business of selling magic tools in the Allegro Kingdom. She learned a lot about how Vego makes money and where it goes. No matter how well the little one did, everyone used her instead of treating her well. But now everything is different because she no longer works for those people. There are those who recognize her efforts, those who need her help, those who have become closer to her, and the little girl wants to use her abilities for them. Therefore, she exclaimed that she had a great idea. Let him listen to it. Grandfather replied that of course their Chamber of Commerce and Industry was ready to listen to the consultant's opinion at any time. Sophie exclaimed that then it would be necessary to spend a little money first. The next day, the girl sat and was bored because nothing interesting happened. Every day was the same. But suddenly, a carrier pigeon knocked on the window and brought her some message. It was written there that this was an invitation to heaven with the seal of a pink raccoon. Also, attached to it was a real gold brooch, which delighted the stranger. There was also a brooch and saucers made of gold and silver, even an umbrella made of precious silk. How is this even possible? Maybe it is some kind of spell. There is no end to things. On the second day, the mailing began to slightly less famous but quite influential families. On the third day, carrier pigeons brought an invitation to those of even lower status. The ladies could not believe their eyes that this was the same letter that was now causing a stir in social circles. Thus, while others were receiving messages, thousands of people were eagerly waiting for their turn. When the little girl exclaimed that they had finally sent everything, her grandfather noted that she had worked hard. Did she really send all those letters in just a few days? The little one replied that of course she did, because that was her idea. She is sure that the people who received these messages liked the gifts, and they will certainly spread this information. Then rumors will spread about their amusement park, and people will come themselves. Cherno stated that she is a genius. If you think about it, it is not just a matter of intelligence. She has the ability to grasp current trends. Sophie thought to herself that the man gives pleasant compliments at every opportunity. Approaching the window, the man declared that now the most important thing remained, after which he added that it was necessary to greet the first guest of their amusement park. He would like the baby to be the first client, not the others. Without further ado, it would be better to start right now. After some time looking around, the little girl could not believe her eyes that this was the same empty land that was before. The butler said that this was all fine, but now it was necessary to turn on the light, after which he activated the magic formation in order to carry out his plan. A moment later, the entire area lit up with multicolored lights, and Sophie admired how incredibly beautiful it was. Grandfather noted that she was so excited that he wanted to tease her a little. Then he snapped his fingers, and our heroine rose into the air. Cherno told her not to worry, since she would not fall. Wouldn't it be better to look at it all from above? The little one panicked and did not understand what they were talking about, since she heard absolutely nothing. Barry shouted that everything was okay, she would not fall. Let the young lady not be afraid of anything, and just open her eyes. After which the maids added that if anything happens, they will definitely catch her. The little one thought to herself that they were right. She believed in the strength of her grandfather. Even if she fell, the helpers would certainly save her. From above, the girl saw what she could not see from below. Everything was shining so beautifully. If paradise exists, then it should look exactly like this. Dragon asked her if she liked the view, but the little one silently fell to her knees and began to vomit. The man added that he was sorry that he had overloaded her. However, for a human child, she was holding up quite well. Sophie objected that she was no longer a child, but it was still a lot of fun. Thank you for showing her everything from above. Thanks to him, she was able to see the wonderful park as if in the palm of her hand. After that, she explored everything with her grandfather and rode the rides until she fell down from exhaustion, and the amusement park itself opened the next day. Tiny heard that the reaction of the visitors was quite good, but nevertheless she was still nervous. When she entered the park with her grandfather, she heard a song about a white and cute raccoon. Sophie wondered who wrote this song. It sounded very much like Mary's voice. Our heroine heard the voice of a girl who said that she wanted to ride the train again, but her mother replied that she was very sorry, but it was time for them to return to the hotel for dinner. How about watching a show on the lawn? After dinner, the daughter happily answered that it would be good. The little girl thought to herself that this was a heavenly place where they could create wonderful memories. They really were able to do that, but for Grandpa, heaven was not this place, but the world of the gods. After which she asked the man if he liked this world. He answered that of course he did. Our heroine was surprised that he answered without the slightest hesitation. This is very unexpected. Dragon already asked if she considered this place a paradise. The girl replied that yes, it is a place full of sparkling dreams. A paradise full of fantasies where you can forget the hard everyday life. And for both children and adults, an amusement park is just such a place. Cherno explained that for him, this world is like an amusement park. He enjoys spending time concentrating on work with a beautiful child like her, so every day is precious to him. The little one noted to herself that this was a lie. Even though he said so in the end, they would still leave. Perhaps in 10 years, the family will go to the world of the gods, to a paradise of complete happiness, and after they leave, she will again become very lonely. Then Sophia asked whether they would continue to live in this place. The man replied, "Who knows, why not, if time and situation allow it." The baby wondered if there was a reason she didn't know about why they should leave this world. Cherno added that they also formed a team of animators, as she suggested. So you can go see there are cool clowns and costumed fairies coming out to dance. The little girl wanted to ask him about many things, but today she needed to think only about good things and happiness. A month later, the day came to report on the progress of the Golden Dragon Company's amusement park project. She was relieved because the reaction from the visitors was good, but now that she thinks about it, the sales figure has not yet been revealed. Then she exclaimed that she hoped that the park averaged 5,000 visitors a day. They had come so far, and they could not fail. But to herself, she thought that she could not sleep last night because she was praying. It's not that she's causing her grandfather any great inconvenience and will be thrown out, but still, the worst should be avoided. Meanwhile, Noel coughed and said that it was time to begin the briefing. Based on the total number of visitors per month, as a result of calculating the average daily, listening to him, the little one prayed that there would be 5,000 people. If you ask why she is so obsessed with this achievement, the reason is that this is the first time the girl is participating in something in this family. She really doesn't want her grandfather to think that she was just throwing around words, but turned out to be a silly girl. If they don't reach 5,000 people a day, even Ergo will say that he doesn't need such a bride. Let her get out of his sight. Perhaps everyone will be disappointed in her. For this reason, in this work, she must achieve unconditional success. The little one asked if 5,000 people was enough, or if that was a very large number. Purely theoretically, so many people could visit their amusement park. The young man replied that on average, not that many people visited him. Our heroine began to guess how many there were. First, she suggested 4,000, but heard the answer, no, then 2,000, but again no, after which she asked that maybe 1,999, but again, no. Rem Dragon couldn't stand it and shouted that the assistant should start telling the real numbers. When the young man answered that there were 20,000 people, the boys were shocked and fell into a stupor. The girl could not believe her ears. Was she dreaming? Did so many people really come? The guy continued that if you look closely, there were more visitors from neighboring countries, and they don't have to use the gates. The tourism permit next month is also under consideration. This all meant that this was not just a good job, but an incredible success, after which the grandfather and the little girl began to congratulate each other. The young man said that he had also participated in this and wanted to give them a high five. But when he touched our heroine's hand, he suddenly froze. Then the assistant muttered that he had touched the young lady's magic hand. Cherno said that it is really amazing the baby is quite talented in business. Let their company advisor take care of them. And in the future, when the girl grows up, he will never allow her to need anything. Sophia muttered that if he had any money left, he should not waste it, but leave her some. But to herself, she thought that when her grandfather left, she would have to take care of the chocolate and clothes herself. Rem Dragon told her not to worry. When the time comes, he will give her absolutely everything. After some time, the little one was reading the newspaper and saw the headline about the top ranking of the Four Monarchs Alliance, wondering what place their company was in. Suddenly, a new one appeared, who asked if she was looking at the higher ranking of the Four Monarchs Alliance. This is a very big achievement for the Golden Dragon Company. Initially, the company was also outside the rating, but thanks to the latest incident, it rose to 14th place. The little one noted that probably the grandfather wants to be in first place. The boy replied that yes, dragons have a tendency to finish things if they take on something. However, the scope of leading companies is so great that they are in a position where they do not even dare to think about it. Allegro Family Company. The second place was occupied by the Chao Chamber of Commerce and Industry. under the leadership of Mayor Bolin. Our heroine thought that if she succeeded in this and dealt a blow to her former family, she would be able to win the favor of Rem Dragon. After which, she exclaimed that she had a great idea. She would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Morohan was reading an interview with the general manager of the popular company Golden Dragon in his office. Journalists asked Noel what he thought was the secret to the stunning success of this business. The guy answered that the secret to the success of the amusement park is Cuteness Raccoon, which is its symbol. Everyone present did not understand what kind of nonsense this was, but they could not disagree that she was cute. The mayor was freaking out and couldn't understand how he could have allowed something like this to happen. If he had received a commission, the amount would have been incredible by now. These people have deceived him. They are real wolves in sheep's clothing. Perhaps this landowner knew from the beginning that this would happen and bribed him in advance. Whatever happens, we will have to wait and see. Sometime later, our heroine was thinking in her room about the fact that winter was coming to an end, and she would soon be 6 years old. Not long ago, in a damp dungeon, she spent the winter shivering from the cold. And now, when the baby was in a warm house, she didn't even feel that it was winter outside. When she went out onto the balcony, the maids began to panic. What was the young lady doing in such a dangerous place? If she went out in these clothes, she would immediately catch a cold. After which they exclaimed that they would now go up to her and let her stay in her room. Sophie noted that there was so much snow, even though the weather was warm. After some time, she was dressed up like a cabbage and was barely allowed to go out for a walk. Suddenly, unable to stay on her feet, she stumbled and fell to the ground, after which she wearily thought to herself that maybe she should just secretly take it all off. Plus, it was very hot besides being uncomfortable. Then our heroine went to the winter garden and admired the beauty around her. This small greenhouse was located behind the hill, and from the outside, it looked old and almost dilapidated. It is said that the Archduchess looked after her with love until her death. This is a place where rare medicinal herbs grow. At first, she thought they were just weeds, but after hearing about that woman, she came back and looked around carefully, and there were plenty of medicinal herbs all around. The plant mage is one of the best among wizards who can grow plants, something that is unique to humans. Ergo's mother, who died, was a very famous vegetation mage on the continent. It seems like she really had high-level skills. Although a lot of time had passed since she died, there were still a lot of living plants around. The baby was aware of this because her royal family, Allegro, was involved in the production of herbal preparations. One of the things the little one has excelled at is working with herbs. People with great magical power find it easier to grow the plants themselves. Those guys were putting too much pressure on a little kid. They were just terrible people. But thanks to this, she was able to distinguish weeds from medicinal herbs, and there are so many of them in the greenhouse that she finds new ones every time. Noticing one of the herbs, Sophie noted that it looked exactly like the one she saw in the book. Finally, flowers appeared in her life, after which a small business plan for herbal medicine appeared in her head, and she decided that she needed to quickly rip it up and run away before she was caught. Suddenly, she saw the very flower she had heard about in legends, a candle flame. It is one of the ancient magical plants. If you plant a seed, it will sprout in about 5 years. Grows only in an ideal environment, created by a vegetation mage, more precious than most gold and silver treasures. The flower in this greenhouse still has an unopened bud, and when it opens, the wick inside flickers like a flame, hence the name, candle flame. It seems that no one knows that this flower grows there. Now she will definitely become rich. Meanwhile, a young man returned to the estate after a long absence. He was met by a butler who asked if he had been to the western border and how things were there. Long ago, the demons, having been defeated in battle by the alliance of 4 monsters, fled and retreated to the western border. In that place, adjacent to the possessions of the Archduke Sin, the fighting continues even after the end of the war, and the battlefield on the western border is the main area of action of the Archduke under the guise of a mercenary. If he left, he did not return for 2 or 3 years. So why did he return so quickly this time? Daihan replied that things were the same. Those left of the demon race were still active. Even after the demon king Florentin went underground, they came out and quietly robbed houses in the surrounding area. Archduke Sin must be very concerned about the situation. The young man replied that everything would work out. That young man was quite smart. Elton asked if perhaps he had returned because he missed the young lady. Rem Dragon exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. The butler thought to himself that it was definitely because of her, Ergo's health. The boy replied that he was not feeling well and that his sleep time was becoming longer than his waking time. The doctor is trying to prevent the disease from progressing too quickly, but he sent him letters to the west, so the man probably already knows that at last the younger duke had a second and very severe attack. Daihan replied that he was a child of dragon blood, so he simply had to endure. This disease is like a heavy fate that their family must overcome. Elton continued that nevertheless, he was glad that Remdragon had chosen a bride for Mr. Ergo in advance when his condition was good. The young man replied that yes, he needed to get to know his future wife before he married her. At first, he was very confused when his son said that he would choose the bride himself, as stubborn as some. The butler exclaimed that thanks to him, they had a lovely young lady. Daihan asked what she was doing now, dressing up dolls as princesses or organizing competitions between swimming ducks. When Elton replied that this was too much and said that she was most likely in the greenhouse, Rem Dragon looked at him in shock. The young man asked, what wasn't he stunned by the lady's charm, that he personally allowed her to go there? The young man realized that it was probably him, since he had previously allowed her to go to the Archduchess's garden. The flower garden must have turned into a terrible place. A lot of picky plants have been planted there in recent years. When the assistant asked whether to bring her, the man replied that there was no need, he would go there himself. His last memories of this flower garden were dark and cold. A lot of time had passed since then. How he went there, how abandoned it was. The man felt the herbal aroma. No one cares about flowers and plants, but they are still alive unlike their owner. Suddenly, the young man saw glowing red eyes looking at him from the bushes. Daihan immediately asked who was there and let him immediately reveal his identity. A moment later, our heroine appeared before him. She closed her eyes in fear. Upon seeing him, the little girl joyfully exclaimed that they had finally met again. She thought to herself that all the people from Allegro who bullied her were academy graduates. They had the same status, so if they could do it, then she could certainly do it too. The maid remarked that she was simply amazing and was already starting to worry about finding a job. Let her simply collect step by step and gradually collect enough for the training she needs. As she fell asleep, Sophia thought about how many thanks she owed to her grandfather for giving her a future, for creating the tomorrow she was looking forward to. The maid took the piggy bank and said that it was clearly uncomfortable to hold, so let him sleep and she would put it next to him. As she left, Barry thought about what she hadn't told her because it seemed like the time hadn't come yet. But in reality, this piggy bank was worth much more than tuition. The next day, Cherno asked if she had already completed everything. The girl answered that yes, and asked if she would have to do everything like this every day. It was not difficult, but just interesting. The man explained that if she put her seal, it would mean that she was an advisor to the Golden Dragon, and that she participated in this project. Time will pass, and everything will disappear, but the record of them being together will remain forever. Isn't that fun? Our heroine muttered that yes, she enjoyed putting seals. Elton noted to himself that the gentleman was a liar among the jobs performed at the gentleman's enterprise. Those with the raccoon seal meant that % of the profits would be given to the young lady after she became an adult. A beautiful construction borrowed from a genius idea of a little girl and the power of a dragon. The Golden Dragon Amusement Park project will be a huge success. This is almost a confirmed fact. It is impossible that the gentleman did not know about this fact. Perhaps all this was done in order to make the young lady rich. Meanwhile, the girl noticed the newspaper and asked what the article was. The grandfather immediately said that he just took it by accident. It was not important, so let him leave it aside. But our heroine still picked it up and saw that there was an article about the Allegro family. The young man ran into the throne room and loudly asked if he was really going to send him into exile. The Count understands that his property was confiscated because this incident was covered in the news. But doesn't he think that the link is too harsh? Vego exclaimed. Who allowed him to come here at all? He doesn't want to see him. Let someone remove him immediately. The guard's sharp sword was immediately placed against the young man's neck. The king hissed that he seemed to have forgotten who had taken care to hush up the incident. He had been foolish to give such a man a chance. Brother started babbling about the Golden Dragon Company and trying to explain something. Approaching him, the young man exclaimed that she had made them bankrupt. What was he going to do about it anyway? Philox replied that it was the people from Remragan. He knows that his brother considers them an eyesore, so he was going to take care of those damn dragons himself. He thought to himself that in fact, if he had known, he would never have approached them. But he needed to come up with something. Vego asked why he was saying such big words after everything that had already happened. The Count added that his brother could not do this to him. He had the information he needed. Next to them was a girl with white hair and red eyes. It is clear that the monster that was imprisoned by them is determined to destroy their family with dragons behind his back. It is necessary to deal with this little one. The king muttered that whatever the prophecy, she should have been killed from the very beginning. The young man asked if he now believed his words. This little trash interfered and spoiled all his work. The guy smiled and replied that of course he trusted him from the very beginning. However, since the situation is not very good, now it is better for him to keep quiet. Vego will definitely avenge him. Let him take care of everything else, and for now, pretend to hide in the tower. After a while, the king said that he hoped that they had dealt with him quietly before arriving at the tower. The servant replied that it was done as he had ordered. The boy added that after all, he had been an obedient fellow, and it was a great pity. Then the young man muttered what to do with Sophie. It will be difficult to remove her. She is so similar to her, rebellious and assertive. Unfortunately, the girl said only the right things. She was a very annoying woman, but her daughter is now in the care of Remdragon. How dare she stick her neck out? Father must kill her at any cost. After which he gave orders to do everything possible to hide the fact that this incident was related to dragons. If necessary, let them spread false rumors. There is no point in informing other lords that that family is active. Why did that girl sneak into Remragan? It may be hard to get to her now, but he won't let her go just like that. Time passed as quickly as water, and the cold winter had already arrived. The maids exclaimed that she would catch a cold if she walked around in such clothes. It was very cold now. The little one asked if that was why they had run all the way to dress her. The girl went out because she heard the noise of a carriage, but it turned out that this was not so. 6 months had passed since the beginning of the construction of the amusement park. When the maid asked if she was waiting for Archduke Daihan, the little girl replied that she was right. Sophie was waiting for him. The man went out to inspect the area, said that after that he would go and do his hobby. He once mentioned that it was sword training. The girl hopes that he is having a lot of fun. Then she asked, what about Ergo, how he was feeling? Bari replied that Elton said that he was still sleeping. The little one wondered if he was a sleeping prince or something. Although no, he looked more like the crazy guy from Sleeping Beauty. The boy can't even imagine how worried she is. But that's it. She won't think about him anymore. She's very good without him. The little girl received private lessons from Elton, ate well, played in the garden every day, slept as much as she wanted. While she lived such days, it was reported that the construction of the amusement park was completed. Cherno noted that she had a suspicious look on her face because everything ended so quickly. In fact, he used a little magic, although there was none originally, and hired those familiar with the construction techniques of the dwarves and they also received help from the mixed races belonging to their archduchy. The little one wondered if this was really the technology of that race that had left this world so long ago that there were almost no records left about them. The girl thought that it would take at least 3 years, but as expected from her grandfather, everything ended faster. He then added that as the Golden Dragon's advisor, there was something she needed to do, which was the report on the promotion plan written by Noel. He wondered if she had any further comments, so Phil noted to herself that it was not bad, but something was missing. She thinks that a more provocative way can be thought of to spice things up. Now that the wonderful amusement park has been built, the main thing is how to advertise it. In other words, how to make people want to visit it. It was high time to use what she had learned in her past life, when she was very interested in the business of selling magic tools in the Allegro Kingdom. She learned a lot about how Vego makes money and where it goes. No matter how well the little one did, everyone used her instead of treating her well. But now everything is different because she no longer works for those people. There are those who recognize her efforts, those who need her help, those who have become closer to her, and the little girl wants to use her abilities for them. Therefore, she exclaimed that she had a great idea. Let him listen to it. Grandfather replied that of course their Chamber of Commerce and Industry was ready to listen to the consultant's opinion at any time. Sophia exclaimed that then it would be necessary to spend a little money first. The next day, the girl sat and was bored because nothing interesting happened. Every day was the same. But suddenly, a carrier pigeon knocked on the window and brought her some message. It was written there that this was an invitation to heaven with the seal of a pink raccoon. Also, attached to it was a real gold brooch, which delighted the stranger. There was also a brooch and saucers made of gold and silver, even an umbrella made of precious silk. How is this even possible? Maybe it is some kind of spell. There is no end to things. On the second day, the mailing began to slightly less famous but quite influential families. On the third day, carrier pigeons brought an invitation to those of even lower status. The ladies could not believe their eyes that this was the same letter that was now causing a stir in social circles. Thus, while others were receiving messages, thousands of people were eagerly waiting for their turn. When the little girl exclaimed that they had finally sent everything, her grandfather noted that she had worked hard. Did she really send all those letters in just a few days? The little one replied that of course she did, because that was her idea. She is sure that the people who received these messages liked the gifts, and they will certainly spread this information. Then rumors will spread about their amusement park, and people will come themselves. Cherno stated that she is a genius. If you think about it, it is not just a matter of intelligence. She has the ability to grasp current trends. Sophia thought to herself that the man gives pleasant compliments at every opportunity. Approaching the window, the man declared that now the most important thing remained, after which he added that it was necessary to greet the first guest of their amusement park. He would like the baby to be the first client, not the others. Without further ado, it would be better to start right now. After some time looking around, the little girl could not believe her eyes that this was the same empty land that was before. The butler said that this was all fine, but now it was necessary to turn on the light, after which he activated the magic formation in order to carry out his plan. A moment later, the entire area lit up with multicolored lights, and Sophia admired how incredibly beautiful it was. Grandfather noted that she was so excited that he wanted to tease her a little. Then he snapped his fingers, and our heroine rose into the air. Cherno told her not to worry, since she would not fall. Wouldn't it be better to look at it all from above? The little one panicked and did not understand what they were talking about, since she heard absolutely nothing. Barry shouted that everything was okay, she would not fall. Let the young lady not be afraid of anything, and just open her eyes. After which the maids added that if anything happens, they will definitely catch her. The little one thought to herself that they were right. She believed in the strength of her grandfather. Even if she fell, the helpers would certainly save her. From above, the girl saw what she could not see from below. Everything was shining so beautifully. If paradise exists, then it should look exactly like this. Rem Dragon asked her if she liked the view, but the little one silently fell to her knees and began to vomit. The man added that he was sorry that he had overloaded her. However, for a human child she was holding up quite well. Sophia objected that she was no longer a child, but it was still a lot of fun. Thank you for showing her everything from above. Thanks to him, she was able to see the wonderful park as if in the palm of her hand. After that, she explored everything with her grandfather and rode the rides until she fell down from exhaustion, and the amusement park itself opened the next day. Tiny heard that the reaction of the visitors was quite good, but nevertheless she was still nervous. When she entered the park with her grandfather, she heard a song about a white and cute raccoon. Sophia wondered who wrote this song. It sounded very much like Mary's voice. Our heroine heard the voice of a girl who said that she wanted to ride the train again, but her mother replied that she was very sorry, but it was time for them to return to the hotel for dinner. How about watching a show on the lawn? After dinner, the daughter happily answered that it would be good. The little girl thought to herself that this was a heavenly place where they could create wonderful memories. They really were able to do that, but for Grandpa, heaven was not this place, but the world of the gods. After which she asked the man if he liked this world. He answered that of course he did. Our heroine was surprised that he answered without the slightest hesitation. This is very unexpected. Rem Dragon already asked if she considered this place a paradise. The girl replied that yes, it is a place full of sparkling dreams, a paradise full of fantasies where you can forget the hard everyday life. And for both children and adults, an amusement park is just such a place. Cherno explained that for him, this world is like an amusement park. He enjoys spending time concentrating on work with a beautiful child like her, so every day is precious to him. The little one noted to herself that this was a lie, even though he said so in the end. They would still leave. Perhaps in 10 years, the family will go to the world of the gods, to a paradise of complete happiness. And after they leave, she will again become very lonely. Then Sophia asked whether they would continue to live in this place. The man replied, "Who knows, why not, if time and situation allow it." The baby wondered if there was a reason she didn't know about why they should leave this world. Cherno added that they also formed a team of animators, as she suggested. So you can go see there are cool clowns and costumed fairies coming out to dance. The little girl wanted to ask him about many things, but today she needed to think only about good things and happiness. A month later, the day came to report on the progress of the Golden Dragon Company's amusement park project. She was relieved because the reaction from the visitors was good, but now that she thinks about it, the sales figure has not yet been revealed. Then she exclaimed that she hoped that the park averaged 5,000 visitors a day. They had come so far, and they could not fail. But to herself, she thought that she could not sleep last night because she was praying. It's not that she's causing her grandfather any great inconvenience and will be thrown out, but still, the worst should be avoided. Meanwhile, Noel coughed and said that it was time to begin the briefing. Based on the total number of visitors per month, as a result of calculating the average daily, listening to him, the little one prayed that there would be 5,000 people. If you ask why she is so obsessed with this achievement, the reason is that this is the first time the girl is participating in something in this family. She really doesn't want her grandfather to think that she was just throwing around words, but turned out to be a silly girl. If they don't reach 5,000 people a day, even Ergo will say that he doesn't need such a bride. Let her get out of his sight. Perhaps everyone will be disappointed in her. For this reason, in this work, she must achieve unconditional success. The little one asked if 5,000 people was enough, or if that was a very large number. Purely theoretically, so many people could visit their amusement park. The young man replied that on average, not that many people visited him. Our heroine began to guess how many there were. First, she suggested 4,000, but heard the answer, no. Then 2,000, but again no. After which she asked that maybe 1,999, but again, no. Rem Dragon couldn't stand it and shouted that the assistant should start telling the real numbers. When the young man answered that there were 20,000 people, the boys were shocked and fell into a stupor. The girl could not believe her ears. Was she dreaming? Did so many people really come? The guy continued that if you look closely, there were more visitors from neighboring countries, and they don't have to use the gates. The tourism permit next month is also under consideration. This all meant that this was not just a good job, but an incredible success, after which the grandfather and the little girl began to congratulate each other. The young man said that he had also participated in this and wanted to give them a high five. But when he touched our heroine's hand, he suddenly froze. Then the assistant muttered that he had touched the young lady's magic hand. Cherno said that it is really amazing, the baby is quite talented in business. Let their company advisor take care of them. And in the future, when the girl grows up, he will never allow her to need anything. Sophia muttered that if he had any money left, he should not waste it, but leave her some. But to herself, she thought that when her grandfather left, she would have to take care of the chocolate and clothes herself. Dragon told her not to worry. When the time comes, he will give her absolutely everything. After some time, the little one was reading the newspaper and saw the headline about the top ranking of the Four Monarchs Alliance, wondering what place their company was in. Suddenly, a new one appeared, who asked if she was looking at the higher ranking of the Four Monarchs Alliance. This is a very big achievement for the Golden Dragon Company. Initially, the company was also outside the rating, but thanks to the latest incident, it rose to 14th place. The little one noted that probably the grandfather wants to be in first place. The boy replied that yes, dragons have a tendency to finish things if they take on something. However, the scope of leading companies is so great that they are in a position where they do not even dare to think about it. Allegro Family Company. The second place was occupied by the Chiao Chamber of Commerce and Industry, under the leadership of Mayor Ballin. Our heroine thought that if she succeeded in this and dealt a blow to her former family, she would be able to win the favor of Dragon. After which, she exclaimed that she had a great idea. She would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Morohan was reading an interview with the general manager of the popular company Golden Dragon in his office. Journalists asked Noel what he thought was the secret to the stunning success of this business. The guy answered that the secret to the success of the amusement park is Cuteness Raccoon, which is its symbol. Everyone present did not understand what kind of nonsense this was, but they could not disagree that she was cute. The mayor was freaking out and couldn't understand how he could have allowed something like this to happen. If he had received a commission, the amount would have been incredible by now. These people have deceived him. They are real wolves in sheep's clothing. Perhaps this landowner knew from the beginning that this would happen and bribed him in advance. Whatever happens, we will have to wait and see. Sometime later, our heroine was thinking in her room about the fact that winter was coming to an end, and she would soon be 6 years old. Not long ago, in a damp dungeon, she spent the winter shivering from the cold. And now, when the baby was in a warm house, she didn't even feel that it was winter outside. When she went out onto the balcony, the maids began to panic. What was the young lady doing in such a dangerous place? If she went out in these clothes, she would immediately catch a cold. After which they exclaimed that they would now go up to her and let her stay in her room. Sophia noted that there was so much snow, even though the weather was warm. After some time, she was dressed up like a cabbage and was barely allowed to go out for a walk. Suddenly, unable to stay on her feet, she stumbled and fell to the ground, after which she wearily thought to herself that maybe she should just secretly take it all off. Plus, it was very hot besides being uncomfortable. Then our heroine went to the winter garden and admired the beauty around her. This small greenhouse was located behind the hill, and from the outside, it looked old and almost dilapidated. It is said that the Archduchess looked after her with love until her death. This is a place where rare medicinal herbs grow. At first, she thought they were just weeds, but after hearing about that woman, she came back and looked around carefully, and there were plenty of medicinal herbs all around. The plant mage is one of the best among wizards who can grow plants, something that is unique to humans. Ergo's mother, who died, was a very famous vegetation mage on the continent. It seems like she really had high-level skills. Although a lot of time had passed since she died, there were still a lot of living plants around. The baby was aware of this because her royal family, Allegro, was involved in the production of herbal preparations. One of the things the little one has excelled at is working with herbs. People with great magical power find it easier to grow the plants themselves. Those guys were putting too much pressure on a little kid. They were just terrible people. But thanks to this, she was able to distinguish weeds from medicinal herbs, and there are so many of them in the greenhouse that she finds new ones every time. Noticing one of the herbs, Sophie noted that it looked exactly like the one she saw in the book. Finally, flowers appeared in her life, after which a small business plan for herbal medicine appeared in her head, and she decided that she needed to quickly rip it up and run away before she was caught. Suddenly, she saw the very flower she had heard about in legends. A candle flame. It is one of the ancient magical plants. If you plant a seed, it will sprout in about 5 years. Grows only in an ideal environment, created by a vegetation mage, more precious than most gold and silver treasures. The flower in this greenhouse still has an unopened bud, and when it opens, the wick inside flickers like a flame, hence the name, candle flame. It seems that no one knows that this flower grows there. Now she will definitely become rich. Meanwhile, a young man returned to the estate after a long absence. He was met by a butler who asked if he had been to the western border and how things were there. Long ago, the demons, having been defeated in battle by the alliance of 4 monsters, fled and retreated to the western border. In that place, adjacent to the possessions of the Archduke Sin, the fighting continues even after the end of the war, and the battlefield on the western border is the main area of action of the Archduke under the guise of a mercenary. If he left, he did not return for 2 or 3 years. So why did he return so quickly this time? Daihan replied that things were the same. Those left of the demon race were still active. Even after the demon king Florentin went underground, they came out and quietly robbed houses in the surrounding area. Archduke Sin must be very concerned about the situation. The young man replied that everything would work out. That young man was quite smart. Elton asked if perhaps he had returned because he missed the young lady. Rem Dragon exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. The butler thought to himself that it was definitely because of her, Ergo's health. The boy replied that he was not feeling well and that his sleep time was becoming longer than his waking time. The doctor is trying to prevent the disease from progressing too quickly, but he sent him letters to the west, so the man probably already knows that at last the younger duke had a second and very severe attack. Daihan replied that he was a child of dragon blood, so he simply had to endure. This disease is like a heavy fate that their family must overcome. Elton continued that nevertheless, he was glad that Remdragon had chosen a bride for Mr. Ergo in advance when his condition was good. The young man replied that yes, he needed to get to know his future wife before he married her. At first, he was very confused when his son said that he would choose the bride himself, as stubborn as some. The butler exclaimed that thanks to him, they had a lovely young lady. Daihan asked what she was doing now, dressing up dolls as princesses or organizing competitions between swimming ducks, when Elton replied that this was too much and said that she was most likely in the greenhouse. Remdragon looked at him in shock. The young man asked, what wasn't he stunned by the lady's charm, that he personally allowed her to go there? The young man realized that it was probably him, since he had previously allowed her to go to the Archduchess's garden. The flower garden must have turned into a terrible place. A lot of picky plants have been planted there in recent years. When the assistant asked whether to bring her, the man replied that there was no need, he would go there himself. His last memories of this flower garden were dark and cold. A lot of time had passed since then. How he went there, how abandoned it was. The man felt the herbal aroma. No one cares about flowers and plants, but they are still alive, unlike their owner. Suddenly, the young man saw glowing red eyes looking at him from the bushes. Daehan immediately asked who was there and let him immediately reveal his identity. A moment later, our heroine appeared before him. She closed her eyes in fear. Upon seeing him, the little girl joyfully exclaimed that they had finally met again. Noticing one of the herbs, Sophie noted that it looked exactly like the one she saw in the book. Finally, flowers appeared in her life, after which a small business plan for herbal medicine appeared in her head, and she decided that she needed to quickly rip it up and run away before she was caught. Suddenly, she saw the very flower she had heard about in legends. A candle flame. It is one of the ancient magical plants. If you plant a seed, it will sprout in about 5 years. Grows only in an ideal environment, created by a vegetation mage, more precious than most gold and silver treasures. The flower in this greenhouse still has an unopened bud, and when it opens, the wick inside flickers like a flame, hence the name, candle flame. It seems that no one knows that this flower grows there. Now she will definitely become rich. Meanwhile, a young man returned to the estate after a long absence. He was met by a butler who asked if he had been to the western border and how things were there. Long ago, the demons, having been defeated in battle by the alliance of 4 monsters, fled and retreated to the western border. In that place, adjacent to the possessions of the Archduke Sin, the fighting continues even after the end of the war, and the battlefield on the western border is the main area of action of the Archduke under the guise of a mercenary. If he left, he did not return for 2 or 3 years. So why did he return so quickly this time? Daehan replied that things were the same. Those left of the demon race were still active. Even after the demon king Florentin went underground, they came out and quietly robbed houses in the surrounding area. Archduke Sin must be very concerned about the situation. The young man replied that everything would work out. That young man was quite smart. Elton asked if perhaps he had returned because he missed the young lady. Rem Dragon exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. The butler thought to himself that it was definitely because of her, Ergo's health. The boy replied that he was not feeling well and that his sleep time was becoming longer than his waking time. The doctor is trying to prevent the disease from progressing too quickly, but he sent him letters to the west, so the man probably already knows that at last the younger duke had a second and very severe attack. Daehan replied that he was a child of dragon blood, so he simply had to endure. This disease is like a heavy fate that their family must overcome. Elton continued that nevertheless, he was glad that Remdragon had chosen a bride for Mr. Ergo in advance when his condition was good. The young man replied that yes, he needed to get to know his future wife before he married her. At first, he was very confused when his son said that he would choose the bride himself, as stubborn as some. The butler exclaimed that thanks to him, they had a lovely young lady. Daehan asked what she was doing now, dressing up dolls as princesses or organizing competitions between swimming ducks, when Elton replied that this was too much and said that she was most likely in the greenhouse. Remdragon looked at him in shock. The young man asked, what wasn't he stunned by the lady's charm, that he personally allowed her to go there? The young man realized that it was probably him, since he had previously allowed her to go to the Archduchess's garden. The flower garden must have turned into a terrible place. A lot of picky plants have been planted there in recent years. When the assistant asked whether to bring her, the man replied that there was no need, he would go there himself. His last memories of this flower garden were dark and cold. A lot of time had passed since then. How he went there, how abandoned it was. The man felt the herbal aroma. No one cares about flowers and plants, but they are still alive unlike their owner. Suddenly, the young man saw glowing red eyes looking at him from the bushes. Daehan immediately asked who was there and let him immediately reveal his identity. A moment later, our heroine appeared before him. She closed her eyes in fear. Upon seeing him, the little girl joyfully exclaimed that they had finally met again.